Hello, angels, demons, and in-betweeners. I love you. I'm so glad that you're here. It's Lisa. Welcome to the chaos. Welcome to the Thunderdome. I feel like we're in the Thunderdome right now with these energies of Mars and Pluto and Lilith and Chiron. It's a lot, you know what I mean? So, I felt like things kept coming up earlier this week and I kept having to push this live back. And then just yesterday, I realized that I was like, what's up, Haley? I was like, now it's scheduled for the day that the square is direct or the opposition is direct. Why am I channeling on this day? And I feel like this happens where I end up channeling like on the days of eclipses and like intense transits. And I feel like guided to, so I don't know. I am your conduit of chaos, your favorite conduit of chaos. It's your girl. Probably because all of my Mars and Pluto energy. They're like, you can handle it. So, anyways, I hope you guys are doing well, and let's see what is going on. Your intuition has been trying to tell you something, and right now I feel like we do maybe need some clarity, or at the very least it couldn't hurt, right? Because there's been a lot shifting really quickly, and I don't know about you guys, but I feel like because of, I don't know, it's almost like radical truth is what's coming through, like the kind of truth that once it hits you, it actually changes you. You can't help but be changed by this kind of truth that we're being hit with right now. It's Plutonian. It is meant to literally transform you by killing the old you and pushing you into a rebirth. So it can feel super intense. I just felt a bunch of energy in my solar plexus. So you guys could definitely be facing, I don't know, like stuff with your confidence, your self-worth. And that might be because your image of yourself is changing. Your idea of yourself is changing. What you think you're capable of. I don't know. But I feel like a lot of people have done a lot of healing. And even if they haven't, it's a tender time, so they're susceptible to these messages coming through that they can't just ignore or shrug off. So it's a really interesting collective energy. And people are handling that like pressure cooker of energy in different ways, because it's taking us to dark places, like not bad, but just our shadow, right? It's taking us to where we are our own worst enemy, and we want to blame everybody else instead of taking accountability for how we got to where we are. And we're there because to an extent it's where we want to be in some way. So yeah, people are shifting, I feel like, old narratives, core beliefs, and their views of themselves and others and the world. And it's changing the way that they move in the world with that Mars energy. It's transforming literally how we show up and assert ourselves and be a human. Like when we're pushing our energy external. So I felt like this was a topic that was meant to be. Your intuition has been trying to tell you something. So we're just going to look at what the message is that it's been trying to tell you, what your main block or blind spot or resistance to it has been, so that like why haven't you been seeing it, what the implication of this truth might be, and some advice. So yeah, because I feel like the things that are coming through to us right now, they're from our higher selves, they're from the divine, they're from a frequency and energy entities, like source, that wants us to transcend. But it's not because of pressure, it's because they want what's best for us, and they know that we're ready. So it's like a being challenged with love, kind of a tough love energy is what it feels like right now in these streets. So tough love is tough love, right? It's love, but it's still tough. What's up, Victor? So yeah, there's the whole spectrum of things, and I've been feeling like from one end to the other polarities within like a day or a few hours, and it's just the energy is taking us through. It's a process. It's a whole process. So you could feel like you're going through like seasons right now, but in a sped up, like pressurized or compressed way. You're experiencing like spring, summer, winter, fall, whatever. I don't know. We never go backwards. I'll never crack. I will never break under your pressure, sir. But no, I like the energy flow. The way that it normally is. The energy flows really well that way. There's a reason that they're in that order. So, but yeah, I do have a candle here that I wanted to do a little bit of like a ritual, you could say. You can take this as what you want, but a little bit of energy work for us collectively. So I have some witchy ingredients. I have a candle. I'm going to, light that as a little transmutation tool. So if there is, if you have been feeling like resistance, or even that there's a blind spot or a block, but you haven't been able to put your finger on it, it might be because you're subconscious, because we're going to really deep places. It could be that your subconscious or your ego is trying to hide it in your subconscious because it really doesn't want to see it that bad. And it's not because you're a bad person or you're weak. It's just like that's your core wound, most likely. That's your greatest source of shame and judgment of self, and it's a tender wound. And no matter how deep inside of you it still is an open wound inside of you. So we're being poked in those places. And so, yeah, we're just going to do a little transmutation tool here. And if there's something that you want to send into it, just focus on the flame, focus on the intention, set a clear intention. And we'll do that. I'm going to cleanse the space. And then I might just channel a little bit of energy, like Reiki through. And it will be with the intention of just like positive, supportive energy finding you wherever you are at. And then you can direct that energy with your own intentions. So I'm not going to apply a specific intention. I'm just going to send you a little extra charge of energy that you can use to help you ground, propel yourself forwards, remove blockages. I cut my bangs, but the energies today were super intense, and I was like, the crown needs to be covered. This cannot be avoided. So you'll have to see them later, or you can watch Aqua's read. Okay. That smells fantastic. Whoa. So here's our little candle. How have you guys been, though? Let me know in the comments or the chat. I'm curious. Genuinely. So yeah, just focus on the flame for a second. Not my nails. Definitely nothing to see there. But focus on the flame and any energy that you want to shift. It doesn't have to be about releasing, but if you know that there's something that you're trying to recreate, or maybe renew in your life, something that you, or maybe, something that you want to close out, something that you are ready to let go of, even if that's karmic. It could be anything, but just send that intention to this little flame to help you transmute anything that's standing in your way. So let me put it in here. It's in there. I don't know if you can see it. You probably will be able to once it gets dark. But let's put some ingredients in. So let's start with love. So we'll put some rose petals. We must begin with love. And then I'm going to put some mugwort in, which is, it's kind of like known for its magical witchy properties, protective properties as well. This is like something they've probably been putting in their cauldrons for a long time. It's that kind of herb. Okay, so we put some of that in to help ground us and protect us, help us set any energetic boundaries, and also discern energetically what's ours and what's not at this time, so that we don't take on a bunch of, there's a lot of, everyone is feeling some sort of intense energy, so you also want to make sure that what you're carrying is yours. Okay, so then lavender, because we needs to bring peace to the party. Yes, we do. Oh, it smells so good burning in there. I love the smell of lavender. Okay. And then I have two more things. So I have some lotus flower. You guys know about the lotus. It's pretty amazing and beautiful. Its journey of unfolding, rising and unfolding. So we're gonna use that to support transformation, a petal from that. Kind of for like that ancient support. That's kind of ancestral. Okay. And then I have, so I went to visit my grandfather's grave and I picked up some things while I was at the cemetery. Just like some bark, tree bark and stuff that had fallen off the tree that just was beautiful, and like some sap and stones and things like that. Nothing like intense. But this kind of thing is good to use when you are like to represent when you literally are trying to have a death of some sort, something that is a little bit extreme or severe or dramatic, but you know that it needs to be done and you know that it's happening kind of one way or another. So when you want to lean into those energies, aka the energy of Pluto, then yeah, I'm gonna add just a little bit of bark, not this whole piece, but I'm gonna take a little bit off. Isn't it pretty? Or am I just a Pisces? I don't know these days. But the world seems more beautiful, like nature anyways. I don't know about the humans, but we'll see. Okay. So let's put that in there to let them know we ain't fucking playing. There. Because we ain't playing. We did not come to play. We can fuck with Pluto. We can roll with Pluto because we baddies like that, okay? I'm reminding you in case you were curious. I'm reminding me as well. All right. I'm going to put this back here. You can continue to send your intentions to that as much as you would like. Okay. Let me just ground the energy a little bit in now. It feels so nice in here. I'm glad that I always like feel a difference when I take the time at the beginning of a reading to do this. And I should always do it, but sometimes I'm just like, I should just get into it. And it's like, no, bitch. You should take time and be more present. I feel like that's also something about the current energies, is that they kind of do demand presence, and it's in that presence that unavoidable truth finds us, right? Because it's right there, right in front of us. It's just all the other places that we look outside of the now, the present moment, that distract us from that truth that's right in front of us. So yeah, the energies are intense enough that they're kind of forcing us to stay present. But it's a gift. You can handle the intensity. That was just cedar wood oil. So I'm just gonna draw a Reiki symbol or two and just feel through the energy real quick. Because the thing is, right, the kind of death that I'm talking about, that we're working with here, that Plutonian energy, it is a place that requires you to get really real with yourself and be very vulnerable with yourself, because the things that you need to face or look at, they are the places, like I said, where you feel the most afraid or ashamed or rejected, abandoned. It's not truth that's coming to you that's like, hey, remember that time in grade 3 when your best friend gave you a Pop-Tart and it was such a happy day? It's like, hey, remember when I don't even want to say anything, but it's like, hey, remember when I don't want to say anything, but it's like bad things happened, like your goldfish, your dog, and the squirrel that outside died all on the same day, or something like this. It's like there's drastic differences. Okay. Let me ground the energy a little bit. But yeah, my point is that it's not the easiest places to go, that we're being, it's required. It's required. It's like a ride that to get to the next level, it's like you must be this tall to ride. And what makes you tall in this sense, I guess, is your backbone, your morals, your character. And your character is just the way that you show up consistently, basically, your consistent actions. So now is a time where a lot of these things are changing on many different levels, but it's kind of exciting if you can just kind of embrace the chaos. So try to take that approach if you can. Okay, the energy feels good. I'm just gonna shuffle up the decks a little bit here because I don't know which ones I want to use for who just yet. As much as I tried to prepare, today is like just kind of a chaotic energy. A lot of movement on the physical and soul level, like Mars and Pluto. So, plus a lot being triggered and coming up from the subconscious. So it's just like things moving in all directions. Okay. Let me see. 1 second. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. In case you were wondering. All right, so we're gonna start with Aries, as I said. Let's get some tea. Let's see what you've been avoiding. What have you been running from? You can't run from the truth. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. What's up, Weepy Star? I'm in a whole mood. It's because Venus is going back into Aries. My Venus return is returning again. It came, it left, and now it's coming back, and I feel like I'm less and more together. I'm both less and more together than when it left me. So the chaos is real, but it feels like something's leveling up within the chaos, and I feel like that is collective for us too. It's kind of a mixed bag these days on that battlefield. Okay. Aries. What has Aries intuition been trying to tell them? Need to their messages for the highest and best good of all. That's what I said I was gonna do. Aries. What you doing, buddy? What you doing, pal? Okay. Okay, let me grab some oracle cards while I sink into this energy. All the cards are in the upright, so it's... yeah, you're definitely moving forwards. Whether you like it or not, it's kind of just the level of awareness that you choose to move forwards with that is like what you do with this truth, I guess. Let me see here. I don't know who this is. Okay. It's interesting. Who's that? Who's that? And what's blocking Aries from this? What? Okay. I'm just gonna get one more card and then I'm starting We got 3 quads. Let's take a there's something. Okay, I gotta do a timestamp before I start. The pen is really far away from me. Okay, hi Aries. Let's see what's going on. What your intuition's been trying to tell you. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. I do feel like there's a strong influence of another person in your energy because the message includes the involvement of another person outside of you. This, for some of you, this could be all you, but take it how it resonates. I feel like for some of you, there's definitely another person involved. But the message that they've been trying to tell you is the 7 of Wands, the 3 of Pentacles, and the Queen of Wands. Okay. No, I feel like this is someone outside of you. This person is coming through with such a specific energy. It's very Lilith-ish. It's very like almost dark feminine, I want to say. Not completely dark. There's light in them, but they're in like a mood. They're in an era. Maybe they're in their villain era. It's like, I'm a healer, but, you know, like loads their Glock. It feels like this person that this message might include, whether this is you or someone else, has seen a lot of shit. And specifically, they're on this journey, this very spiritual journey. This is someone who is very tuned into the divine, with their higher selves, with energy. The Queen of Wands, and then they also have the Mystic and the Artist. So this is like a whole energy, really. It's very feminine, but very divine, but also, again, it has that, it's in tune with its darkness, with its desire. It's very expressive sensually. The Artist says, expressing a dimension of life that is just beyond the 5 senses, inspiring others to see life symbolically. And then reveling in intimate union with the divine, the Mystic. This is someone that you are building, you're either building yourself into, or you are building with, or you have been building something with, or putting effort into creating something with them, whether that's a collaborative project or a relationship. But this person feels like they've been on this path and they're like, look, I'm confident, I know myself, I know spirit because of this, but also, why does it suck though? Like, this is someone who, it feels as though they've maybe been through some phases where they got knocked down and they learned a lot of lessons, or maybe they released a lot of karma in a short amount of time. But they're like, I thought that there would be some, like a silver lining on this journey. It feels like they just keep getting knocked down. And they're attuned with themselves and the divine, so they're fine, but they're just kind of like, yeah, fuck this shit, you know? Like, I feel like they're kind of done with this. That could have been the energy that they're in when you met them, because it feels like there's something, I heard division, but there's something that's not allowing. I feel like there is the genuine desire to fight for something here and build it and create it and be cooperative. But there's also an element of defensiveness, and it's coming from some sort of distortion. So okay. So the Seven of Wands with this card that says, warning, reflections in this mirror may be distorted by socially constructed ideas of beauty. There's a distorted reflection. Somebody doesn't see their own beauty. And they're almost defensive against people who, whether this is you or someone else, it's like they're not, again, because I feel that this person's been through so much, they don't trust people super easily, but also because it's like they haven't seen themselves clearly. Their reflection of themselves is distorted in some way, specifically surrounding how they feel beautiful or they don't. It's kind of addressing the feminine energy, but those two things together, it's just, they don't really trust people when they come in flattering them, or I don't know. This person may have gotten hurt before by people who took advantage of them in some way. But then there's the Three of Pentacles with this card, which says, you can't sit with us. And she says, I don't fucking want to. And it's like the Three of Cups and the Empress. Well, what I'm getting from this is that someone might be avoidant or rejecting something because they're assuming that that thing is going to reject them. It's almost like they're saying, I don't need anyone. I don't want to sit with you. They might be acting like they don't really care. But I feel like they're doing that because they're afraid of being hurt or abandoned. Maybe judged or misunderstood. That could have been something that's happened to them. But I feel that there is something here that genuinely does want to grow. And it has the potential to. So it's just kind of like giving connected but jaded a little bit. Like they've seen some shit. They've maybe just gotten through a period of contraction where they were in their shadow or in the underworld, and they're climbing back up. And it's like they don't completely trust the light, and they haven't looked in a mirror in like a decade because they've been climbing through the Shadowlands. And that's kind of the energy that they're in, or that they were in when you met them. So this is the message that your intuition's been trying to tell you or validate you. The Star and Temperance. Wow. The Sun at the bottom of the deck. The Star, Temperance, and the Sun. And the Ace of Swords is behind that. There's something here worth healing for. Worth facing your own internal chaos and depths for. Because this, whether it's you fighting for yourself by healing because you're working through some distortions of yourself, or whether this is someone that you're meant to kind of, or you could have a very favorable connection with, there's really deep healing here. Both of these cards can talk about healing and expansion and just finding that internal state of harmony where really nothing can fuck with you from that place. It's a very powerful place. It's like monk-like power, though. The kind that doesn't, it's not loud, but energetically it's loud, if you know what I mean. But the truth about something here is that the sun is within your reach. Something's within your reach, and it's extremely fulfilling to you. Is there anything else that you want to say about the message that, or anything else about the actual message that Aries intuition is trying to tell them? I feel like you haven't been letting your intuition guide you here, and it's been blocking. It may have been stagnating the way that you've been thinking, because it's like your intuition wasn't bringing anything fresh in. It's like the way I'm seeing it is like a room, like a stuffy room, and the windows are shut, and your intuition wants to come in through the window, but it's the wind, right? But you keep the window shut, and so then the room air just keeps getting recycled. I feel like the air in the room is your mind, and it's almost like you have been in an echo chamber of yourself, but your intuition hasn't had a voice or much floor time to come in for some reason. That's kind of what I'm getting. And I feel like it was maybe you were also having some distorted reflections of yourself. Especially if you felt a little bit defensive or like something challenged you. Whether it was, again, your own growth or a deeply healing but maybe confusing connection. But I see that you met this person when they were quite raw. Emotionally, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, they've been through it. King of Wands, Two of Swords. Okay, so your block, blind spot, or resistance, the Empress, with patience and endurance, Jupiter in Virgo and Sun in Scorpio. Okay. This is your block. The Empress. It's coming through. This is a very specific message, but this makes sense. So don't take this if it's not yours, but it's very clear and very specific. I feel like this person is sensitive, and they've in the past allowed groups of people or intimate connections or whatever, they've allowed other people to influence them quite a bit. And though they've been through it, they also learned a lot from that. They learned how to have healthy boundaries. They've done some really deep healing, and they've built themselves back together, and they've found a state of harmony and temperance within themselves, but they are still raw. And what I'm getting is that your block has been, you've almost been trying to strong arm this person's healing process. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, I'm getting that you see them as the Empress, and this could be you strong arming or trying to micromanage your own healing process too. But you see this as the Empress, and I feel like you see this as everything that you want in some way, either a very abundant opportunity or a very abundant relationship. But it's like you want them to be somewhere that they're not completely yet in their evolution and healing and expression of self. And you're almost like, I see the vision. If I patiently wait long enough, then something will be strong enough. But it's coming through as like strong arming something. And there's something about this person with the Queen of Wands energy, that Lilith energy that I was getting. They can't be tamed. And the Empress can't be tamed either. So there's like the feminine energy, the moon, the yin is not containable. It is not, no. You don't shape it or control it. It flows. It's wild in a way. But I feel like there's something that maybe you thought you could influence, or you thought you knew the best about something here. or you wanted to see something play out in a specific way maybe, and you could have had really good intentions with that, right? You could have just been like, I see this person's potential maybe, and I see, yeah, where they could be. You see this person in a very high light, and you want to succeed with them because that's your energy. The King of Wands, the Queen of Wands, the Ten of Pentacles. It's like power couple vibes here. The implication of this truth is the Six of Cups, though. So it's telling me that there's something in the past that you need to revisit that has to do with this truth. And your intuition knows what that is. What's the Six of Cups? Something from the past I'm getting that you've already closed out. Or like in your mind, you're like, I've worked through that. I've closed that out. I'm deciding I'm not, like, I've decided I'm not revisiting that. This could be like, what's a good example? Like, you know, when you go through something really fucking painful and you have to process it at the time, but then you come to a point where you're like, I'm never thinking about that again, like a really painful breakup or relationship or something. But in reality, healing is not linear, right? Healing is just a fucking whole shit show. So again, there's something where you may be trying to really like assert control over your own healing process or somebody else's. But I think there's something that you need to revisit from your past, and then this person also needs a little room to, not room to breathe, but like they're still getting their groove back. They're still trying to come out of that sort of it's almost coming through as like Daria vibes, like a little bit sarcastic, a little bit jaded, but sensitive and caring. But they may have formed a bit of armor because of the things they've been through, and I see that there's like a lot of softness underneath that, but there's a part of them that's been really disappointed, and they don't want any more of that, you know? What is this from the past that Aries needs to revisit? The Ace of Wands. There's like original desire here. Desire, inspiration, excitement, passion. And it comes from your spirit. It comes from something higher. There's something that you experienced in the past that they want you to tap into again. You may have felt this way about somebody else in the past, a different relationship at the beginning of it, but you may not remember because like maybe it ended up painfully ending, right? And because you said, I'm not revisiting that experience at all, you may have been reminded, had you been more open to still considering the past, that there was a point in that relationship where you were super inspired, you felt pulled by your soul, and you felt alive and free and liberated. And you know those, you know when you're just in love and it's like it literally gives you life. It lights you up. You experienced this in the past, but I feel like there's a lot of shit stuck in your web here that you want to clean out. And not all of it is bad, but there's places where you've had massive transformations, where you have found peace and magic and understanding in yourself in the process, where you've grown. And I feel like you can pick all these things back up, things that were necessary deaths, you know, but clean this up so that you can see clearly through the web of what you've built, because whatever you experienced in the past, no matter how you remember it, there was a gift that was given to you in that, even if it was just the gift of being in that feeling. Like, love is a gift, even if it doesn't last, right? That feeling is everything. So you're meant to tap back into that, and don't be afraid to tap back into it because of what happened last time you did. Because this is not that. The present is not the past, unless you avoid the past or paint it a certain way and then never revisit it. Then you're going to carry those distortions forwards with you, right? You'll carry the past with you and you won't know it. So there's something here where it wants to be almost cleansed. And then reconnecting with your desire, it feels like. Your advice is the 5 of Swords. I feel like there's been some sabotage here. It's looking like there's been some sabotage with the noose there specifically. Sabotaging your own journey, your own growth, your own process in some sort of way. And with the 5 of Swords, it's mental. So it could be, again, like a way of thinking about something that's outdated. But this is kind of looking at, like, where are you? Where do you want to be? Where are you standing in your way between those two spots? And how can you remove the resistance and fill that space with consistent commitment to building what you want there from the heart? They want it to come from an intuitive, soul-based, like, inspired place. Now, there's something about sustainability. And something about seeing yourself clearly. That's cleaning out some of the web as well. That also allows you to see someone else clearly, where they, it's kind of like their greatest potential and also where they currently are, and to leave room for all of it to exist and not need to push them into any, not push them, but just sort of let everything just be and unfold organically is what that feels like. You're able to hold space for yourself and others in your life and not be so critical. And I feel like the critical energy starts with you. You criticize yourself. And it could be because of something that happened in the past here where you did really give your all and then, I don't know. The point is, both you and this person have some sort of distorted reflection that you triggered in one another. But there's actually quite a bit of beauty there and healing and grace. Somewhere where you're standing in your own way, though, in your mind, I feel like you need to open the window and let some fresh air in. Get out of the echo chamber. Yeah, you're not going to find what you're looking for there. The Knight of Swords in reverse is someone that doesn't have the answers. They're not seeing things from this Hawkeye perspective. Probably because they're not being flexible enough. But there's something intuitive that wants to be, like, discovered, but you're not letting your intuition guide you. I feel like there's something as well that you might be looking at it like it is the most beautiful thing you've ever seen on a heart, soul, and physical level. But what you're maybe also not realizing, because you're criticizing yourself so much, is that you are just as beautiful as this person. You are a reflection. It's like maybe you guys triggered the distorted reflections in one another. You could have triggered each other's wounds and defenses at one point. But if you focus on the mirror in a new way, you also mirror one another's beauty and transformation and ability to heal and love and endure and crawl back from the depths of hell and experiencing dark shit to be the empress again or the emperor again. So I feel like it's just a refocusing, shifting the trajectory of your thoughts from here to just open yourself up to receive the answer instead of assuming that you have it. And it will find you. Thanks, Haley. Okay. You're fighting a demon of your own here. And yeah, it's a strong one. It's a strong one. So it's interesting because this, I think, might actually be a bit of a deflection. If you are trying to kind of like move this person, herd this person in a specific direction or time frame, I feel like this is the work that you are meant to be doing within the most intimate depths of yourself. But it has something to do with ego and the places that we fear the most. But that's where the gold is. That's where the gold is, baby. Okay? That's what I see for you. I hope that resonated. It seemed kind of deep and layered, so it was a little specific, but that's what I have for you, Aries. Over here. What the fuck? Did you guys see my coffee just fly in the air? I don't know if the camera actually picked that up, but I hit my phone on the side of my laptop. Or not my phone, my cup on the side of my laptop. And it went everywhere. Okay. I did capture that beautiful, graceful moment. Oh, good. So glad. Okay, let's see. Taurus. Move on to Taurus. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I need to stretch my legs. Crap. Okay, I feel a hair in here. I don't know where it is. Okay, let's tune into Taurian's energy. Happy Taurus season, everybody. I think today is it today? Or it just changed. Taurus moon, aw. In Vedic, I'm a Taurus moon, weepy star. Yeah. I still have a little bit of coffee left, so I'll finish this one and then I'll make some more. Luna is at the door. I almost said knocking. She's scratching at the door. Can you get through there? There you go. Good job, buddy. Can you, or is the lamp in the way too much? Come in, Luna. Come in, Luna. There you go. You did it. Good job, buddy. You're an Aries moon in Vedic. Ooh, spicy. Spicy. Very different from a Taurus moon. Very different vibes. Okay. I guess the deck is done being shuffled. What is happening? This feels very, is that even the words? What's that 90s rap song? I just heard explosive. I don't know if that's the actual lyrics or if I'm just hearing it to that sound of that song. Explosive. Well, your cards did explode, so. Okay, let's see what's going on. Yeah, this Taurus new moon new moon that we have tomorrow. It's not like a normal Taurus moon. No, it's not like calm, gentle, new beginning, like butterflies fluttering. It's kind of, it's got a sort of violence to it, you know, with the other influences that are happening right now. So, yeah, you could be feeling quite a lot at this time. It doesn't mean that it's going to be bad, but there could be like a lot shifting for you, and that's a lot for you being fixed earth. It's like, especially if it's big shifts or shifts that you weren't necessarily feeling prepared for or expecting, you could be feeling that a lot. I do feel like any changes that are happening though are supporting you in seeing the truth of your own worth more clearly. There's something about that, like valuing yourself more. I feel like, okay, I'm channeling like a motherfucker right now, so. Fuck. Messages just coming through. I'm like, can I pull the cards though? Can I live my life? Can I live my life? Okay. Hey, Looney, you want to go up on the bed? You need a little lift?
Yeah, don't look right into that light, okay?
Maybe don't do that. Oh, yes, my ankle just cracked in a beautiful kind of way. Okay. Tell me, Spirit, for Torian's highest and best good, what messages do they need to hear? What has their intuition and spirit been trying to tell them that they've been blocked from seeing? The cards went flying again. What the hell? The King of Swords in the Tower. Okay. I don't know. I don't feel like that's you. This is someone, it feels like, speaking a truth very clearly to you. Let me change this. Okay, let me get the actual spread down. Spirit, can I get the spread down? Can I get it down? Okay, hold on one second. It keeps exploding though. Let's see. There could be something you're trying to kind of manage, I want to say, at this time, but it's unmanageable. It's not like it's difficult, like it's being difficult on purpose. It's just not manageable. Kind of like the energy I was talking about with Aries, trying to like contain the Empress. Something about this is like a force. There's a force here. Even if that's within you, like a force of change in your life. Whoa. Okay. Let me see here. Oh man. What's this? Taurus. bro. Hi, Diana. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Okay, what? You're being called out. So I told you there was a violence. There was a violence to this moon energy. I told you. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm ready to fight. You might have to kick someone's ass here. Okay, what should I clarify? Oh my gosh, look at the bottom of the deck. It's this brand new lyrics. I've seen more spine in jellyfish with the 7 of Cups energy. That's emotional confusion. There's something you've been emotionally confused about. I feel like there's been some sort of grief or heavy emotional energy that you have not fully processed, or you haven't wanted to process. Like maybe you haven't admitted the truth that then you would have to grieve. So maybe you haven't admitted that there has been a painful ending to something. Or you've only admitted it to yourself on certain levels or to certain degrees, but maybe part of you is still holding on to something, or I don't know. Let me get some oracle cards, though, to further clarify. What it feels like is that you have a lot of love for something that I don't want to say they don't deserve it, because we all deserve love, right? Freddy Krueger, we could say, deserves love. But at the same time, if that shit's gonna kill you, then maybe we can slow down for 1 second and just rethink our choices. But there's an implication here that, oh my gosh, I could call you out so directly right now, but it's like, it's not even me, it's your spirit, your intuition. It's like you're fucking around with someone or something that really there is no opportunity there. You could have invested a lot into something and you don't want to admit that it just flopped, or that it was never actually meant to go anywhere or meant to last. But that could have frustrated you because I feel like this person wasted your time. They could have betrayed or deceived you on purpose. And it feels like there's no remorse whatsoever, no fucks given. It's almost like to shield yourself from being hit by the fullness of this truth. You kind of framed it in a certain way, or painted a picture, or even put a fog, an emotional confusion over yourself. But I feel like your intuition's been trying to tell you that you know something, and it's the truth of a situation that ended. And this was a mind fuck, whatever this was, the 10 of Swords, for sure. That looks like a bad time. You could feel a lingering attachment to something or someone that ended, or was severed in some way. Quite dramatically, it feels like, suddenly maybe. Can you tell me more about the message that Taurians' intuition's been trying to tell them? I didn't do a timestamp for your reading, so I don't know how long I've been talking to you. It's because the messages just started channeling through before I even finished getting the cards out. Okay, Let me timestamp now and just see. And it's interesting because I was just thinking, like, in my head, I was almost thinking rose-colored glasses, but then I heard candy-covered glasses. Candy-covered glasses? Maybe you were assuming the best in something, or like making it sweet, sweetening it up in some way. Can you tell me about that? The block, please. But this is not a defeat. This is not a loss. The thing is, if something leaves your life and you gain your peace back, that was a win, not a loss. You know what I mean? If someone treats you like shit and then leaves your life, they did you a favor. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I understand that it really sucks at the time, but it's not an energy that you really want to keep around or hold on to in your life, because it's not really considerate or respectful or kind, or it just feels a little bit like a waste, right? A waste of time here. And it wasn't, because there's something that you were meant to learn, or you are meant to learn. Okay. Yeah, this is some real shit right here. I feel like you are stepping into your power. Okay, so the thing is, this truth, your intuition, for whoever this is for, they're saying that, like, because of the nature of the message, there is something that needs kind of urgent addressing. And it's nothing to be afraid of, but there is somewhere where you're accepting behavior that isn't aligned with your value. And that's what the lesson is here in this. You're meant to kind of just see, I think the message is that someone's behavior is a reflection of them, not you. Someone not choosing you, or someone being terrible or betraying or deceiving you, says nothing about you and everything about them. Someone else's actions doesn't determine your worth or your value. You do. And they can't take anything from you. But you're giving someone a lot of grace here. And it feels like you could sting them, but you're like, you keep on offering them romance instead. I don't know what it came out to say your block, blind spot, or resistance is to this intuitive download is the Queen of Cups. And then this card, which has this scorpion on it, but where his stinger would be, there's a rose blooming. This is like very deep love energy. There's someone that you love. And it's interesting. I want to clarify the Queen of Cups because it's in the upright, which generally means that there is mutual love, deep, true, mutual love that goes both ways. So maybe this person didn't actually have poor intentions, but they themselves were self-sabotaging or not seeing things clearly. But there was some sort of painful ending here. But this just feels like continuing to, when you may have every like reason or right logically to sting someone or to assert your boundaries or stand up for yourself or defend yourself in some way. It's like you kept giving them a rose instead. And there's a lot of power in that, don't get me wrong. But there is some reason why they're telling you this, and this is the blind spot to you hearing this intuitive message. So let me clarify that, the message a little bit more. Tell me about the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Tell me more about that. But there's an implication for you that if you let go of whatever this is, you would have to level up in terms of you would attract the real thing in, or something that is leveled up from whatever it is you're holding on to at this time. And it's the kind of love that you can't miss. It's very loyal. It's very devoted. Okay, hold on one second. Tell me about the Ten of Swords. Tell me more about that. The arrow. And the elephant. Yeah. It feels like something just really caught you off guard is what this feels like. You didn't see it coming. And again, that could be why you maybe blocked yourself with a sweeter version or a way of framing your intuitive knowing about the reality of something, because it's like it feels like it hit you in a very what's like the impact was felt. The impact was jarring almost. Jarring while still like an ongoing head fuck. It's weird. It's reminding me of like the Saw movies where it's like jarring, but also it's like a whole thing that you have to go through. I feel like whatever this was, it's been a bit of a thing for you. Ace of Pentacles in reverse was clarified by fire. Strong emotion, passionate love or hate. This is something that you feel very strongly and passionately about. I mean, you wouldn't be in the energy of the Queen of Cups and this Scorpion. This very intimate, like open Scorpion if you weren't. Or if you didn't. Can you tell me more about that? It feels like there's something that needs to be transmuted. And there's an emotional element. It has to do with accepting the ending of something. And I think that there's something about you being stuck or doubting yourself about knowing the truth of something, but that's coming from a space of insecurity in some way. It's you haven't seen your own value and your own worth completely. Now, this could be something that when you were investing in it, or when you did think that there was a lot of potential, there was a lot of passionate love or strong, passion, desire, emotion. But then it's like it went from that to cold, or maybe even having resentful feelings towards one another, passionate love, passionate hate. It's all on the same spectrum. It's just different pulls, right? The Ten of Swords is clarified by the arrow. You're on the right path regarding some aspect of your life, and the elephant, a long journey, physical or mental, will leave you wiser at the end. So you had convinced yourself that you were on the right path with this, that you were on the right path, though. You did learn something from this. Because it's sort of saying that you, at one point, you were telling yourself, it's like you were reassuring yourself, this is part of my journey. This is meant to be on my path. I know that this is part of my life for a reason, or that, yeah, I met this person for a reason, or something like that. And you weren't wrong. Even with the way that it closed out, you were always on the right path. And this did leave you wiser at the end. But it's like you still need to maybe process that there has been an end. Okay, the implication of this truth is the Emperor, though. I feel like this is the person or the kind of energy or frequency that would come in towards you and be drawn towards you when you're in your power and radiating, like knowing your worth. Tell me more about the Emperor. Because then the implication would be there's a level of you needing to, like if you want to attract a different kind of partner or person in love, for instance, then you also need to act differently as well, right? Because there's something about you that is drawing certain patterns or experiences in. And it could be because you have a familiarity with loving emotionally unavailable people, or even abusive people, people who don't see your worth. There's something about unconditionally loving and not standing up for yourself, maybe when it would be good to at times. But there's like a mental conflict surrounding that, it feels like, surrounding your worth. So recognizing that pattern, healing it, and then showing up in a new way, like with stronger boundaries and self-awareness and all of this, it would actually bring in most likely something that is divine level counterpart with the Emperor there. Someone who knows their own worth, knows what they want, has strong morals, values, beliefs, character, is not going to F you over, you know? Tell me more about the Emperor. Okay. Okay, they just want me to clarify the advice. So I guess we're done. The King of Cups to the Queen of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. I feel like there's something just around the corner for you. Get an oracle card here. Tell me about the advice for Taurus. Hidden path, the marriage of spirit and matter. There's definitely the start of something new that wants to happen here. But there's also the end of something that did not see or appreciate you. And there's not meant to be... There's just not healing or fertility there right now. So don't repress your emotions surrounding it. Let that out, because that is creating resistance for you. And it's meant to be transmuted, like I said. Whatever strong emotion you have towards this. But I do feel like there will be an emotional release. And that does need to happen. because there's frustration built up inside of you here. It feels like surrounding this. But there's something just around the corner that wants to come in, and it's something that you've manifested with the hidden path. It's like you've married spirit and matter. You're pulling something into reality from the spirit realm. That's manifestation. And it's because you've changed, you've healed, you've grown. But with the moon in reverse, you need to see that. And then there's also something here where I feel like you're meant to walk into the sun energy at this time, but you might be like so used to being in the energy of the moon where maybe you were going through karmic cycles and learning heavy lessons. Maybe you were integrating your shadow. Maybe you were doing some, you were walking through the depths a little bit, the dark. But it's time for you to see that. I feel like you've evolved beyond that. And your external reality is ready to reflect the growth that you've done. But I feel like there are some patterns of where you give your energy to that are just not serving you right now, and maybe haven't been for a while, and maybe don't fit into this new reality that you're calling in. And I just feel like those need to be readdressed, maybe. Anything else for Taurus? No, I feel like that's it. Okay. Yeah, there's something you want to call in. And it's not even about this. Like this person here that hurt you, they might not even be a bad person. Who knows what they're going through on their side of things. And they could even come out the other side having transcended and evolved themselves, right? Because like I said, there is power in this, like so much power that we don't recognize all the time in when somebody hurts us, in offering them unconditional love in return. And I feel like we do that sometimes when we really, really deeply love someone. Sometimes we continue to offer them love even though they hurt us. And while that's not healthy to do on a like continued basis because it drains us, right? And it doesn't we're not respecting ourselves when we do that. There is a lot of power in that sometimes. Like that can really shake people when you offer them love when they are expecting for you to like give them the middle finger instead. That can shift things and be powerful. You just have to use your discernment to know when it's appropriate and when it's like coming from a place of power and coming from your center versus when it's coming from a wound. But there's something strong that's coming in for you, and it's on your level. It's gonna pursue you. It's going to protect you. It's going to anchor you, but not limit you in any way. So, yeah, I feel like this is something that you can count on. You won't be caught off guard by whatever this is that's coming in. Well, that's what I'm seeing for you. So, let's move on to Gemini. Interesting. Vibes. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to somewhat organize these decks so that I can back this up. As per usual, I'm surrounded by a million tarot decks, so Lisa struggles. All right, Geminis. Okay. I drink a little coffee. The energy is a lot. Can you guys feel it? It's very intense. I'm glad I covered my crown because damn. just being in the stream of like the collective energies for each sign feels like a lot, enough. So I can't, yeah, it wouldn't have been super beneficial for me to be tuned into all of the collective's energy. It's kind of a lot right now. Is it overwhelming? Sometimes it feels overwhelming, but I've learned how to like ground and balance myself and bring myself into like back into my body. But I had to learn that because I felt like I was like going and like literally losing my mind when I didn't do that. I feel like a lot of highly sensitive people or highly psychic people, or whatever you want to say, even empathetic. There's different types of sensitive, but I feel like they all have to learn that at some point. Otherwise, they will go off the deep end. Having some sort of process or boundaries or whatever. Okay, Gemini. You get headaches. I just get really anxious. Okay. Gemini. Gemini. I just serenade you. Okay, what does Gemini's intuition want to tell them? What has your intuition been trying to tell you that you've been blocked from seeing for some reason? Come on. I'm seeing a lot of yellow energy for you. Solar plexus or just sunshine kind of energy. Let's see. All right. Why is the person so angry? Okay, what else is here? Someone is just angry and triggered and gosh, why? And I get it actually, because most everybody is right now with these energies. Like Mars does rule. There is a source of anger there, or that energy of anger. Kind of like aggressive expression or something, but and Martian energy, it's very physical. It's like you need to let it out, you need to work it out some way, or else it will bubble out in ways that are kind of like not the best. So you could be dealing with someone who's not dealing with these energies optimally, perhaps, but I was seeing that yellow energy for you, so you could be feeling confident or more grounded in your like self, your knowledge of self, that maybe this isn't going to affect you. I'm not sure. Let's just see. Or maybe this isn't affecting you much. Tell me about what's this. Come all the way out. Okay. I don't understand why this is happening. Tell me the Page of Cups in reverse is. Where is this hitting you? Where is this opposition? What house is that hitting you in, Gemini? Because there's like, I'm wondering if it's your 11th house, your 4th house, your 8th house. Something with like relationships, maybe. Because I feel like there is some sort of conflict coming up. And that's very on par for the energies, but I do feel like it involves somebody else. Okay. I want to close my window because it's kind of cold. Let me just finish pulling now that the sun's going down. Tell me about that. Pull the last oracle cards. It's too many. There's something that you have not been wanting to see. You've been quite stubborn. And that is how we do. That's really, really interesting. Okay. I'm getting a very clear message. So just clarify this. Wow. Okay. Let's see what's going on here, Gemini. Actually, let me quickly close this window first. Oh my gosh.
Chilly.
What's that song? Yeah, I'm singing Sabrina Carpenter nonsense. Huh? Oh Lord, Gemini. What you doing? I'm a Gemini moon, so don't even play with me. I know our shenanigans when I see them. All right, let me see. Whew, at least your energy feels a little lighter. Okay, hi Gemini. What up, gangstas? So yeah, let's see what's going on, what your intuition has been trying to tell you and why you haven't been seeing it. Okay, so what it wants to say, or what it's been trying to say: 8 of Wands, 10 of Cups in reverse, Queen of Wands in reverse. I feel like something came in really fast. Okay. And you didn't trust it because the Eight of Wands came clarified with this card. It says, sell your soul, sign here. It feels like there was something, though, that was beautiful in nature, because specifically in this Eight of Wands, there's flowers and ribbons and decorations on the wands. So it's making me think that what was coming in, the energy or the offer or the communication, it was like good in nature. But I feel like you did not read it as such. Or this could be someone like you moving swiftly and or communicating, and somebody else not trusting it or being intimidated by it, or it's coming through as though like paranoid, like seeing it for the opposite of what it was, maybe. So for instance, let's say in the past you were like in a narcissistic relationship, and the way that they entered the scene was by love bombing you. And then you had to heal through all of that, whatever. Someone else comes in and they're healthy, and they come in quite quickly, or they're very like open and expressive and passionate from the beginning. Maybe that triggers you and you're like, not today, Satan, like not again. It's almost telling me that you painted something a certain way out of fear, maybe, or someone did. Ten of Cups in reverse, Queen of Wands in reverse. Is the Queen of Wands in reverse Gemini? Yeah. The Three of Wands. Wow. Three of Wands. There's something you keep looking forward to, but it's not adapting, it's not reliable, it's not like grounded in the 3D. It's weird because like I was looking at this card and this ship, almost the way that it's painted, the colors, it looks like kind of translucent against the water, and I heard ghost ship. And then like I looked at it closer and it is actually like there. It's just the way that it's painted that makes it look like really blended in. But it's like you're looking out on the horizon and there's something you're seeing, or it's like an apparition though. It's like it's not totally really there. And you could be seeing something from a place of insecurity that's creating something that isn't completely accurate in some sort of way. This could be from a triggered place. I just see some sort of fast-moving energy that was taken as like you were intimidated by it or threatened by it in some way, or you just saw it as very clearly being a bad idea. And yeah, I feel like it hasn't grounded in or survived, or like any seeds that were planted here maybe didn't, whatever this is, it didn't grow. Tell me about the Ten of Cups in reverse though. The Magician in reverse with the Six of Cups. Yeah, I'm very strongly getting you've been manipulated in the past. For some of you, this was a family dynamic. You growing up, like your dynamic with your parents. Or it's just something that you had quite a sweet connection to at one point in the past, but they ended up really, or the situation ended up really messing with you. It shifted something in you, it feels like. It's like there's a fear surrounding. It's almost like you're still in survival mode. Like you are painting everything potentially as a very big threat that could annihilate you or like take everything from you or leave you out in the cold. But I'm almost feeling like that's coming through, that assumption might be coming through this space for someone, if this isn't you. But it's almost like assuming that everything that comes in offering something, even if the offer is beautiful, no matter how the offer looks, assuming that what's underneath is rotten or that it won't manifest as the 10 of Cups, and then just kind of painting it as like, I don't know, toxic or something. What's up, Robert? But I think this is coming maybe from an insecurity, a place where you've been hurt by something you trusted that you maybe shouldn't have, or you felt stupid or ashamed for trusting, or just something that manipulated you and did like really change you in some way. It's almost easier now to have that defense mechanism, even if it's like an overextended defense mechanism, because you're like, I'm not ever letting that happen again. Like I'm not going to go through that same thing again. So as like a survival or protection thing, you tend to assume that things that come in are either going to disappoint you, abandon you, reject you, or deteriorate you in some sort of way, make you small in some sort of way, take from you. And then you kind of feel safer just avoiding, like just painting things as that and then moving on with that assumption and not putting yourself out there. Not putting yourself out there, not actually letting something ground in reality or get to that point where it can get serious, where you might actually see it on your horizon. It's like you want to keep things at an arm's length here. And it's because you're sort of still seeing the there's an apparition that you're seeing out on the water. It could be a ghost from your past that did really hurt you, that thing that manipulated you. I'm not really sure. It's like you still see it. You still have nightmares about it. It still haunts you in some sort of way. But you might insert it into situations where that energy is not, out of fear and trying to protect yourself, it feels like. So it seems like that's the message that your intuition's been trying to tell you. It's almost like you don't need to see everything as like a demon, the same demon coming in a different skin suit, you know? There is still beauty and fulfillment in the world, and you can still experience it no matter what happened in your past, and you're meant to. But you have to let yourself. And to let yourself, you have to see with discernment, not through eyes of fear. So there's something here about that. Your block or your blind spot or resistance is the Page of Cups in reverse. With this card, the Men in Black card, stalking, intimidation, and confrontation. I feel like some of you had like a very traumatic situation that happened here. And for some of you, again, it's when you were a child, but Gemini to me always kind of carries that childlike energy to a degree. But this just kind of shows me or represents that you really opened up a very pure and innocent, unconditionally loving, sacred part of yourself to someone here. And they abused that in some sort of way. So there's a break of trust, but then there's also something that kind of scared you about the situation. I feel like for some of you, maybe you broke up with someone and they didn't leave you alone. Like they did kind of stalk you, or you felt their energy again haunting you or hovering around, or they kept trying to come back, or intimidate or confront you. Like I'm just getting a lot of drama sort of energy here that you've experienced in the past. And there's a reason why you have this sense of fear It's not there for no reason. But it doesn't need to come with you. Let's see. Tell me more about this. Gemini's block or resistance. There's a part of you that is getting something from being in this insecure, emotionally volatile place. You're getting something from this. And I feel like that is, you're either feeding doubt that allows you to stay in your comfort zone, or you're feeding insecurity that allows you to keep like shitting on yourself and telling yourself that you're not worth more, or that something was your fault and you got it because you deserved it, or something like that. But you are getting something out of this, because the implication of facing this truth as the Nine of Cups is like, you'd have to be happy. You'd have to let yourself be truly emotionally fulfilled. And there's something about that that scares you or intimidates you, like really creating a stable and consistent, emotionally filling, like a life that you don't have to escape because it rocks. It doesn't suck. It's not traumatic. You don't have to defend yourself from it and run away from it. You don't have to mistrust it. You don't have to be in survival mode anymore. I think that it's just, you're so used to that. You could even have like a cortisol addiction or something because you've been through so much trauma, or you're used to chaos more than you are used to peace. You're used to longing and chasing and feeling unworthy more than you are comfortable feeling self-sufficient and capable and like worthy and in your power and recognizing your divinity and your strength. There's something about that. And it could be because your own power kind of scares you. And we all have that, where it's more comfortable to play small at some point, though we're challenged to face that. And right now the energy is definitely challenging everyone to face those places where we have kept ourselves limited, where we put glass ceilings up and then curse the sky because we can't reach the stars. And it's like, but I get it. I'm a Gemini moon, like I get it. Clarify the Nine of Cups. Why is this an implication that is challenging to Gemini here? The Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the Ten of Swords. Because of what happened in the past, you're terrified that it's all going to crumble in the most... What's up? What's up, Mont? It's like you're afraid of getting everything that you want, finally feeling safe, just letting your guard down, and then having it ripped away from you in the most awful, like, betrayal, like plot twist, terrible, like, and suddenly your lover kills you in the night, and it's like you were sleeping with the devil all along. Like, you're terrified of being taken advantage of again, which tells me that whatever you went through in the past, it was traumatizing in some way. It was scary in some way, or it just really had a huge effect on you. Sounds good. So your advice is the Ace of Swords in reverse, and it came out with this dream travel card in reverse. Dream travel. There's something that's been interrupting your sleep, and I feel like there is knowledge that wants to come through to you, either through your subconscious, like you're going to integrate it while you sleep, your body is going to integrate truth, or you might get intuitive symbolism, or maybe even like a very direct truth is going to come to you in travel while you sleep, dreams. astral travel if you're into that kind of thing. There's something about the truth being like up in the sky or up in another dimension, intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. Anyways, you guys, a little Beastie Boys interlude never hurt anybody, okay? But there's something that they want. They're saying you're ready for the truth. You can handle the truth. You don't need to run from it. And there's some truth that you actually do hold, or it's very readily available to you. Do you want to tell me anything else about that? Or is there something that... It feels quite sensitive. Like all of these spots are very tender spots that you're showing me. Because I do feel like these are your characters in a lot of ways. I feel for the most part. And they may have been reflected back at you externally, but these are all wounded parts of you. The part that has been hurt and taken advantage of so much for the depth of their feelings that they have grown to stay emotionally distant or guarded or detached, or to assume the worst in people before the best, so that they don't get taken advantage of. And the one that maybe distances themselves from true intimacy because of the pain that it's caused them before, or the liability that it feels like. The Queen of Wands in reverse is like scorned woman energy, like Lilith energy. And the Page of Cups in reverse is like an inner child wound. So these are all very deep spaces, challenging spaces within you that are, yeah, challenging you. And it feels like there's been damage done in these delicate places. So I honestly am getting the message from your advice that this is something that you're kind of meant to explore yourself. I'm not really meant to clarify what exactly that truth is. It's like travel through that delicate dream space, because it's already waiting for you there. And there's something about you, this truth coming to you through your own eyes from a specific vantage point. And it's up above, it's in the sky, or it's in another higher dimension. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I'm seeing it. You want to reveal this to you. You don't want me to do it for you. And there's something about, yeah, needing to see it through your own eyes from a specific point. Okay? So I don't know what exactly is Scorpio 1180. Yeah. I don't know exactly what might be getting in the way of you having like a solid restful sleep where you go into like REM, but do something about that if you can. Maybe you just need a more consistent sleep schedule. Maybe you want to drink some chamomile tea, meditate before bed, sleep without any electronics in your room. Stop drinking caffeine after like noon or something. I don't know, whatever it is for you. If you smoke weed before bed, that prevents you. It can help you sleep, but it prevents you from going into like REM sleep. So you might want to, whatever it is for you that's affecting that though, address that, because I feel like there's something important about your sleep, the rest, what the body is going to integrate at that time, or like your dreams. That is important. My nose is stuffy. It's like dripping though. I keep rubbing it when it's just dripping. Okay, so that's what I got for you, Gemini. Sorry. That was really bothering me. That's what I see. That's what I see for you. Moving on to Cancer. Cancer. Yeah. Insightful dreams, yeah. dreams didn't come to play either since Neptune moved into Aries. I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of action happening there for us, potentially. Okay. It could be a lot of call to action kind of stuff as well. Like stuff that comes through, messages that come through quite directly. Not so like, oh, I need to like unpack this or translate this, but more so like someone specifically gives you a straightforward message that is meant to be taken like as it is, literally, or something like that in your dreams that tells you to do something, to take some sort of action. There's something that could be happening with that, with Aries, Neptune in Aries. I think I'm gonna make another coffee, stretch my legs for a second, and go to the washroom quickly. And then come back. This is actually helping me move through the energy of today because it was freaking a lot. As much as I tried to ground and decompress it and transmute it, it was just coming at me from every angle. The energies are so intense collectively that, yeah, it's like, you are a sensitive ass bitch and there's a lot of shit going on around you. So Spirit's like, you didn't make that shit up. So yeah, at least this is like helping me move the energy and work through it. Spirit works in mysterious ways. Okay, let me see. What text do I want to use? Use these ones because I don't use them yet. All right, let me go and do that. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna get into Cancer's reading.
Okay. Am I coming into it? Why did I do that? I pulled it out of the logins. Why would I do such a thing? Lamp. Me and a butthead. Hi, beloved. Okay. I'm back. Oh, this didn't turn itself back on. I'm back. I'm in the dark. It's way too bright. Okay, there we go. We are on Cancer. Oh, yeah, I brought a snack for me for later. Okay. What has Cancer's intuition been trying to tell them? Hi, Nuna. She's so cute. Hi. Yeah, you did show up just in time for Cancer. It's a, what are those things called? Not a scone, but one of the little wrappy things. It's too far back there. I'm not reaching for it. I forget what they're called, but it is a pastry-like treat. Okay. Tell me about Cancer. Luna's just sitting on the edge of the bed, purring. Okay. No, I don't know what it's called. None of those. Do I need to show you what it is so that it doesn't drive you guys crazy? Okay. What? That? Just getting a couple oracle cards to clarify, and then we're gonna get into it. What are these called? These. Holla with the name, because I don't remember, but that's what it is. That's what it is. And I always forget the name of it, and it's like a common one, so I don't know. Yeah, croissant. Who forgets the name for croissant? This girl, that's who. Sorry, I've got cramps in my toes all of a sudden. I'm such a crampy person lately. Yeah, clarify that. A second. Yeah, but I get one more. Okay, one more. Okay. Spirit is a butt face sometimes, Luna. Okay. Let me reach back into the over here. Sorry. Moved you a little bit there. Okay, so let me timestamp and get into this. I don't know what's going on with you, but something's going on. Something's going on for everyone right now, so don't take that personally. Okay, what is up, Cancer? How are my crabby cakes doing? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so the message that your intuition has been trying to tell you that you've been missing. Let me feel the energy out here. It's the Three of Wands in reverse, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, and the Four of Swords. Okay. This is very straightforward and clear cut. You've been blocked. Oh, this is really interesting. Okay, so these messages are very specific. They seem like so specific, but hopefully they resonate with you guys. Let me know in the comments section down below if these resonate with you. But this is you. I asked if it was you, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. It said yes, and it clarified with the Page of Cups. I'm getting that you have gone through... There's something that you've been going through cycles with, and it's a natural cycle. Specifically, I feel like your intuition's trying to tell you that you are leaving a phase or a period of contraction, and you're coming into a phase of rapid expansion and fertility. You might have been in a phase where you really had to look at something about yourself because you recognized that you were in a stagnant space, and you had to be like, I'm the problem, it's me, how am I getting in my own way? I feel like you completed that work, whatever that was, and you don't have to wait anymore for something. There's something they want you to be at peace about putting to rest, though, as well. At least for the time being. It may have been a relationship with someone that acted as a mirror to help you, like, see those shadow or the wounded spaces within yourself that you may have been healing during that phase of contraction. But it feels like as you go through different phases or different parts of this natural cycle, right? Like expansion, contraction, life, death, whatever it is, different influences are meant to surround you energetically in those different spaces. And you're being asked to open yourself up to influences that are abundant and expansive and fertile at this time. So this would be like relationships and environments or situations that make you feel safe so that you can bloom in them. Relationships, situations, or experiences that honor all the different elements of you, all the different phases of the moon, the ways that we shift and change, and how natural that is, and beautiful, the way that we are influenced, right? We are creatures that are influenced by our experience of life, and that's good. That's not a weak thing. That's a good thing. We want to be moved by the experience. Otherwise, why the fuck are we here, right? And I don't have to tell you, you move with every tide. So there's something about being surrounded by things that, and I'm not saying anything was bad necessarily that you had a connection to during this period of contraction, but they were serving a purpose, and now you're moving into a different energy, a different frequency. And I feel like you just don't align with
all of the same influences or energies that you had around you. There's something about you were looking at your own self-worth, like how you perceive yourself. You were gaining some clarity on that. And the ways that other people respect or treat you, or could or couldn't hold you or take care of you, could or couldn't hold a space or a positive influence to allow you to bloom and expand. There's something that you were resolving where you may have been allowing other people's actions, and I talked about this in another sign, but I don't remember which sign it was, how your worth and your value is not tied to somebody else's actions or the way that they treat you. That is a reflection of what's happening inside of them and how they feel about themselves, but it doesn't dictate your worth, right? We don't give other people the power to take away our innate value, or we shouldn't, right? But there's something here that I don't think it took away your power, but it definitely functioned to help you see parts of yourself where I feel like you were not asking for what you really want, not setting healthy boundaries to protect or prioritize yourself, or where maybe you weren't seeing your own worth or value enough to invest in things that you really do want to grow and that you are passionate about. So something is coming in. It's time now. There's no more waiting. There's no sending out a message in a bottle to the universe to send you an opportunity. The opportunity's coming in the form of a new influence, representing a new cycle of fertility and growth and expansion, like I said before. So there's going to be an influx of energy external to you that's going to, I feel like, shift your focus from one where you've been very introspective, maybe taking a lot of time to yourself, to lay parts of yourself to rest that were creating conflict within you, I feel like, as well. You were something about it. You were solidifying something in your own mind to bring you a state of peace. You could have been giving yourself closure surrounding something, but that period is done. They're telling me that, or your intuition has been trying to tell you more so, that phase, you did everything you needed to do and you've completed that phase. So now things are going to be shifting. You're moving into a new phase, just like a new lunar phase. There will be new energetic influences, collaborations. So be at peace with what you have cemented or laid to rest. Because I think you can feel something coming. So the block, blind spot, or resistance to this truth came out as the Fool. Yeah, you can feel something coming, but you might feel a little intimidated, or you might know that you're going to have to take a leap or what might feel like a risk to jump out into something, to have faith about a brand new opportunity. The Fool does represent the beginning of a whole new journey or cycle, and it requires a leap of faith. But it came out clarified by these cards. So this one is Kurt Cobain having, like, not a great time, having a mental breakdown, an emotional, mental, existential breakdown, as he did. And then this card that says truth, reflection, nurturing, writer, and philosophy. Interesting that this came out with him, because he was obviously a writer and artist, and also someone who is quite reflective, he was Pisces, right? Could be quite deep and philosophical when he wanted to be. The pain is meant to show you the truth here. What was reflected at you, even if it hurt, it nurtured you in some way. It got you ready. It's almost coming through as it got you ready for this phase of expansion. It's like if you had a garden and the soil was all hard. It needed to be like tilled up or worked through. Whatever the situation is that may have felt a little bit painful or sensitive, it did that to your soil. It's like it readied the soil for seeds to be planted or for things to truly blossom or grow.
and for you to see with clarity what those things are and why you chose to plant them and sustain them in your garden. But this was your block or resistance. So tell me a little more about that. It feels like you are being kind of pushed energetically. It's not showing me that you're being forced, but it's coming through as like a river flowing and you're a fish in the river, you're a water sign. You're just moving with the natural flow of energy, but you're going downstream, right? Because that's where the flow, that's where the energy is taking you. It's kind of coming through that way as like the energy took you to this place. It like flowed you in a river right off the cliff. And there's a part of you that's not totally present with this new beginning or admitting to it. Maybe you don't feel ready for it, but it's kind of this energy of being like in not la la land, but just not being totally present, not being totally aware of your surroundings. Because in this Fool card, he's hanging by his, like he's hanging off of the cliff. He's just smelling the flower. He's losing his like pack, and he's just like da 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 da. You know, isn't life beautiful? And it's like, yeah, while you're still alive. So there's something here. I feel like there's a little bit of intimidation. It's one of a few things. Either you're a little bit intimidated or you don't feel ready because of like some painful situation that you've gone through somewhat recently, or because of the lingering essence of that phase of contraction. So you're kind of like avoiding or not looking directly at the fact that your reality is or has shifted in a big way. Or you're literally not really aware because you've been moving through something, grinding through something with your head down, kind of staying in your lane, doing what you had to do, moving through difficulties, and you just haven't popped your head up to take a look at where you are in a while, right? To be like, oh, that's where I came from. This is how far I've come. Like, I feel like you need some perspective. Not having perspective seems to be your block here to this truth. Okay. So the implication of receiving this message is the Magician in reverse. And your advice is the Hermit in reverse. So you're ending with 3 major arcana cards: Uranus, Mercury, and Virgo. The Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter. There's something here that's, it's like, let it happen. Something's meant to happen. And the way that it's coming through is that you were trying to make something specific happen. So look at the difference. Okay, the difference in energies of these cards that's coming through is like, they're both cards of manifesting, and something manifesting from a divine or higher place, like a sense of the universe being involved, fate being involved maybe. But with the Magician, it's like the you element is there, and you are trying to direct that energy to bring something specific in. This is like you deciding you wanted to manifest something, trying to call it in. Whereas this is just like the wheel of fate is turning, right? This is more things that can happen shockingly, or things that we're not expecting, and we choose how to respond to them or react to them. But they're kind of saying trade. You're moving out of this into this, or you're realizing that you're not in the Magician energy, you're in the Wheel of Fortune energy. So there could be something you've been trying to manifest that hasn't been coming in, and it's because it's meant to be laid to rest. Because something else is coming in for you at this time. That doesn't mean that the thing you were asking for isn't coming at all, but there's something about divine timing here for sure. And what's coming in is something you could not have anticipated or like put the order in for, so to speak. This is something that is very divinely orchestrated. It's something you're not expecting, because this card came out with it as well. The arousing, shock, crisis, upheaval, awe-inspiring, dramatic power shifts, unpredictability, a shake-up that is a wake-up. My voice is like going in and out right now. Sorry. Cracking. My voice is cracking like a 13-year-old boy. They're kind of saying like, in the nicest way possible, but it's like, move, bitch, get out the way, bitch, get out the way, you know? Move, bitch. Like, we've got this. We are arousing something, and it's something that you can't bring into form because it's like it's meant to be a surprise. It's for you, it's perfectly tailored to you, but it has this unpredictable element, and there's something about something shifting very suddenly or dramatically that has very much to do with like karma or the universe. There's a huge energetic push that is supporting this. So you are just kind of supposed to get out of the way and watch it unfold. This power shift it's shifting for your benefit. Like, I feel like you are gaining more power in some sort of situation. It could be through like being fortunate in some way, like gaining something, receiving something valuable. But this is also something that's kind of going to wake you up. What's up, Moran? It's something that's also going to wake you up. Because the universe is like, wake up, bitch, wake up. You know? There is something that needs to get your attention for some reason here and jolt you into recognition of where you're standing, where you're at, the energy that you're embodying or that's at your fingertips, because I think something is trying to grow here, or there could be a divine opportunity being offered, but you need to recognize it. So your advice is the Hermit in reverse with this keeping still card, which says meditation, self-renewal, composure, detachment, self-acceptance, equanimity, and serenity. It's interesting. It's coming through as like, in the stillness, witness what is not still. That's what I heard. In the stillness, witness what is not still. So it's almost like putting yourself into a space where you are doing some sort of very consistent, intentional meditative practice or self-care practice, some sort of healing, self-renewal. That can be whatever you want. It could be like a workout routine, any sort of ritual for yourself that grounds you, that composes you, that detaches you from external influences and puts you in the energy of peace that is just your energy. And then from that space, witness what is restless, worried, unclear, or not still. So it's like create stillness in the entire environment and atmosphere, and then witness what stands out in that. There's something about that is important. It may be that something is causing a lack of peace in your life, or it's bringing chaos in that was part of the contractive phase that you're coming out of, and maybe that thing is not meant to be an influence in your life in this period of time or something like that. Or this could be a part of your own mind, an unquiet part of your mind as well. Excuse me. I feel like I'm losing my voice. But there's something that you are meant to see within yourself here. And your advice is to be still, be quiet, and then see what makes noise in that space, okay? All right. Yeah, there could be something that is shifting in a really deep kind of way for you, and it's helping you transcend out of an old pattern, cycle, even like your philosophy on life in some sort of very deep way could be shifting at this time. It does feel like there are pretty deep implications, but positive ones. It's aligning you with something quite abundant, but something that you don't see, and I feel you're not supposed to see. There's something about that where like you would get worried about it and throw the energy off, or you would try to control it maybe and get in the way. Like there's something where the universe or your higher self, they want you to know enough to know like, hey, something's coming, get out of the way, but not to know so much that you get your claws in there and try to dictate or direct or control the going ons. It's very funny. It's like spirit is withholding elements of the truth, but there's a reason for that. So there's the need for trust. But definitely tap into your awareness of like where you are, how far you've come, what you've moved through. Poke your head up and take in your surroundings, I want to say. All right, we're moving on to Leo. Leo. I just want to take something. I want to grab something from the washroom. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. For Leo. These energies, they be doing their thing and I be feeling it. I've just really taken my time working through them because, yeah, if you're wondering why sometimes I take my time more, it's always literally just an energy thing. My flow flows with the energy. And this is how does it feel even? How can I explain how I feel it? It just does feel like swimming in the dark. There's something kind of eerie about it and intense about it because it is bringing up fear. Like the way that I'm seeing it is literally someone dropped off in the middle of like out at sea in the ocean at night and they're swimming, and it's like you don't know. You know that there's a lot below you, but you don't know what is there. You can't see something coming. So there's this sense of feeling a lot of depth and darkness and uncertainty below you, around you, but needing to keep swimming regardless. Yeah, it feels like a little bit like swimming blind. I'm a Pisces swimming blind right now. It's okay. It's just coming through completely intuitive instead of, I feel like, any of my like, or as much of my ego or subjective mind isn't coming through, which is positive actually. Beneficial. Okay, Leo. The thing is though, like the ocean is us. The ocean is our emotion, our subconscious, our connectedness to the unknowable, to the yin energy, the feminine, to all things. And so there is nothing to fear. Because whatever you're facing, it's just a part of you. There's something about that as well. Okay. Leo. What does Leo need to know? Be so deep and dramatic. And I'm the perfect mouthpiece for deep and dramatic messages. I was thinking the other day, I was like, I'm dramatic as... I could be dramatic as fuck, though, like, for real. Gemini moon, Pisces sun, Scorpio rising, like, Leo Lilith, come on. Sometimes I just gotta, like, laugh at myself and be like, bitch. Bitch, okay. Leo. Why am I hearing that? I'm just gonna start doing the timestamps, I think, while I'm still shuffling the cards out, because too many messages are coming through intuitively. So let me just timestamp you and start doing them now. Yes. Hi, Leo. All right, so I'm still shuffling your cards out, but the messages are just kind of channeling through with no fucks given. So we're just going to timestamp you now and see so that you don't miss any messages that come through at this time. But I was going to pull the cards in sequence, and one card flew out dramatically by itself, and the card that flew out is the Devil. Yes. And then I started channeling that song, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. And I need to look at the lyrics of that because I don't remember exactly. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal, I think. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was looking to make a deal. I think that's the lyrics. I can't remember. I haven't heard that song in a really long time. It's interesting, too, because in this card, there's the devil, and then there's just one person that he has his arms, like, around. He has chain. There's just one. Normally, there is two people. This is almost like literally a devil, not to, like, okay, don't take this as dramatically as it's going to sound, but, like, seeking you out to restrict or oppress you. Like the devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. I don't know exactly how that will resonate. I'm not saying literally a demon has been hunting you or anything like that. But there's something here about some sort of energy or entity being attracted to you for a specific reason that may have been a little bit oppressive or toxic or imbalanced in some way. I'm not sure. Attracted to you because they wanted something maybe, or I don't know. And that could have been anything from like asserting themselves over you and then feeling like they had your power because they were holding you down, or subjugating you. There we go. It took a long time, but it did come through eventually, guys. I knew I would think of the word. Just had to give it a long time there. What? No. What? That... There's a reason that I was talking about being dramatic before your reading. I love that it's Leo's reading, too, where I'm being dramatic. I know that you're not mad. What? The Emperor and the Empress both in reverse flipped out together? So this is the message that your spirit's been trying, your intuition's been trying to tell you. The Devil, the Emperor in reverse, and the Empress in reverse. The fuck? Okay, let me just see about this. I don't know what to make of that just yet. Let me get the other cards first. Something might come through, but... What is this? channeling another really random song. He does one more card. That is so freaking weird. A lot of cups here. There you are. Okay. Channeling that song that's like, come, chameleon. I literally don't know any other words of that song other than that. I don't even really like that song. I just heard that part of it. Something chameleon. Do they say karma chameleon or do they say comma chameleon? I don't know what the lyrics of that are. Karma chameleon. Okay. You have piqued my interest. Let me pull some oracle cards because I need to know the things, all of the things. A lot of major arcana cards too. I feel like you're being tested. Potentially you and someone else are both being tested, or this could all be you. Your strength of heart is literally being tested. And I feel like it might be something to do with discernment. Like what direction... Once you, I'm seeing like ready, aim, fire. And it's like once you lock into place and shoot your shot, shoot your love in a specific direction, set off in a specific direction, point your life force energy or your affection at something or someone, it's hard to redirect it because you're fixed fire. And there's something here that could look, I can't help but also see, like, wow, that this devil is a little bit sexy. This devil is a little bit attractive. Or is that just my Capricorn stellium and Scorpio placements? Masochist. But, you know, he looks kind of hot for a devil. And, you know, sometimes it be that way, unfortunately. Sometimes it be that way, but it almost feels like something is coming in looking like it's like it's offering you romance. It's offering you excitement, seduction, fantasy. It's exotic. It's, I don't know, there's something, but there's something that's imbalanced or restrictive about this thing that is promising to be, it's like promising the world, but then you wake up in the morning and all your shit is gone. Like someone stole everything you own. You know what I mean? Promising to give you everything, but then they end up taking something from you. Don't be afraid of the solitude that comes with raising your standards. That came out to clarify these two together. This message is so loud. Holy shit. Who am I talking to? Because it feels like this is meant for you, and this is you, what you know that your standards should be and what you know you're worth, right? Right. Okay, what was that? The Empress just fell on the ground. So it's when you forget your value, when you forget what you're worth, then I think you might accept, like, roses from Hades, roses from the underworld. I don't know. There's something about not being afraid to see something that might not be in alignment with you or your standards or your worth. it's not even, it could be that right now, like, how do I say? So the devil and the lovers are the same, um, they're polarity points on the same spectrum. And it's all about how that those two people show up, or two energies show up and engage with one another. So in the lovers energy, it's the emperor and the empress, divine counterparts, balanced, empowered, sovereign, intentional and present, showing up and then building together in an expansive and mutually supportive way, right? But these two, if they don't choose to do the work on themselves, or they're out of alignment, or they reflect each other's wounds, or focus on the darkness, the shadow, then they become like a hostile or a damaging reflection of one another that is more destructive and oppressive than it is abundant and loving and beautiful and liberating and healing, right? So you could have this potential with yourself and someone, like this emperor in reverse could be the same as this devil. Or the devil energy I'm not really getting is one or the other of you. I just feel like it's an energetic influence. And it could be that it's like obsession, desire, lust, something hollow or shallow or controlling or restrictive that is showing up and claiming to be love and romance, but that is not actually healthy love. So there's something that needs to be seen here, and I feel like there should be, your intuition's trying to tell you that you need a degree of separation to see something. Don't fear taking some time to yourself, readdressing or redefining your values, your standards, your boundaries, and then be really honest with yourself about if something is meeting them or not, or able to meet them, or willing to meet them or not right now. Not what it promises or what it comes in promising, not like a fantasy or a dream that it sells you, but how is it actually showing up right now? What is the reality currently? And is that in alignment with you? Does that make you feel abundant? Does it bring the best out in you? Does it highlight your worth, your value, excuse me, your expansiveness? Let me drink some water. Okay. Because what is yours can never be truly lost, but it can go through a detour or a delay if two things are not aligned that are meant to come together. It's like they can come together but not be aligned, and then they have to go through another cycle, and then hopefully they come back together when they can align, right? So this connection that's coming through specifically, it could be something that aligns with you later. I'm not saying it's like this thing is totally toxic, but I feel like as of right now, it's bringing you grief and upheaval and chaos and drama in your life. And that's a sign of misalignment, okay? It's not supposed to be that hard right now. Your block or blind spot or resistance is the King of Cups, though. Coming through as the King of Cups. Well, who can fault you for that? So this is you with your big old heart and your... The thing is, like, it's too late. The damage has been done. It's too late. I feel like you're already in love with something or someone here. You're already in it. I'm channeling that song by Haim. What are the lyrics? She says, "'Cause now I'm in it. I've been trying to find my way back for a minute." Is that what she says? I've been trying to find my way back for a minute. Now I'm in it. You could have realized that you got sucked in, but things were in a misaligned, somewhat toxic space, and you could have kept yourself in a situation because I feel like your blind spot is that there is true, healthy, deep, and unconditional, intense, but healthy love between you and someone. You actually are potentially each other's divine counterparts. But again, like I said, you're just currently out of alignment, is what it feels like. And both of you are. So I don't feel like it's anyone's fault. I just think that there is an energy where the two of you were maybe triggered, reflecting each other's wounds or shadow. And that was always for a reason. And it gifted you with something. It would have gifted you with, like, I don't know, perspective on where you still need to heal, where you need to empower yourself, your standards, your boundaries, something like that. But the resistance to seeing the message that something is not showing up in a way that really meets you where it needs to is that, yeah, you're like, well, fixed fire, ruled the heart, King of Cups. Like, I'm already in love, so what's a bitch to do, you know? And the thing is, I feel like it's mutual. And you feel it. So it's not just like you are delusionally holding on to something. Like, what do I do with this now? When you know that it's just like totally unrequited. This is something that you are aware that it's potentially like something that could be very transformational, very fulfilling, and like in really, really deep kind of ways. You feel that it is reciprocated. So that makes me think that at some point in time along your timeline with this person or this connection, things were not always in the devil situation. I feel like things were maybe a little bit more in the lovers, more upright, calmer, because you had a chance at some point to fall genuinely in love with this person and them with you. So this could be someone where you ran into kind of like rockiness down the road a little bit. What are the lyrics to the song? Whoa. This is so real. Are you ready for this? Okay, so this is the song Now I'm In It by Haim. She says, looking in the mirror again and again, wishing the reflection would tell me something. I can't get a hold of myself. I can't get out of this situation. Walking in a straight line, thinking about last time. This time I said I would do this right. Said I would never break this promise. Now I'm back to counting on us. We cannot be friends, cannot pretend that it makes sense. Because now I'm in it. I've been trying to find my way back for a minute. Damn, I'm in it. And I've been trying to find my way back for a minute. Oh my goodness, Leo, what you got into here? Feels like you're in a clusterfuck of some sort of spiritual relationship or love. I feel ya, I feel for ya. But there's something that has felt heavy and you are frustrated. You're like, I'm in it, and a part of me resents that I'm this far in it because now I feel like I don't have control anymore. It's very hard for me to divert this, shift the trajectory of this once, like I said, you've decided on it. But there's something that it's like you like that you're in it, you don't actually resent it, but it's just the current state of this thing or how it is, the form that it's taking right now is not healthy, and you're aware of that. You're needing to get a hold of yourself so that you can kind of read the situation clearly. But I feel like this is something you've gone through some cycles with. Thinking about last time, this time I said I would do it right. There's something, though, that you are like, we're definitely not friends. There's definitely an intensity between us that is undeniable, like the Emperor and the Empress and the devil, for fuck's sake. That's like literally finding your own personal kryptonite and becoming addicted to it, and then realizing that you have to isolate yourself from it for like a couple months or something, and you're just like, well, fuck my life, you know? It's interesting though, because I feel like that's the way it was supposed to go down for some reason, even though it might be frustrating for you right now. The implication of this truth is the Four of Cups, and your advice is strength, which is literally you. There's a rut that you're supposed to pull yourself out of here.
I heard to jolt something. And I saw like a car being jump started. So that you do that when the battery in your car is dead. And then I was thinking about jumper cables. Then I saw someone like putting those things on the chest and like shooting someone with electricity. The world in reverse, the 3 of coins in reverse. There's something here it's not coming together right now because there's a lack of independent stability between you and someone. It feels like you're trying to cooperate, you're trying to bring something together, and that's because you feel that this cycle is not over, and you're right. It's not over. The King of Cups is accurate. You guys both love each other. You are counterparts in some way. You're meant to be on this journey together, but the energy is like there's a third party in this relationship, and it's the energetic influence of it's the way that the two of your energies takes on a life of its own and engages back with you. It feels very spiritual or karmic, not in a bad way. But it's not a relationship that you can control outside of controlling yourself. And it's not something that you can force to come together if you're not doing the work. And there's some sort of lack of stability that needs to be addressed for both people. So things are put on ice, or they're in a state of suspension right now while that happens, it feels like. Because it does seem like something, the battery went dead on something. You maybe lost your spark for something, your desire for something. You got into some sort of state of disappointment or ambivalence where maybe you forgot what you were dreaming, or you forgot what was filling your heart, or what sparked your heart or set it on fire initially. There's something you need to remember, because the implication of this not being currently aligned with you is that there's something you can actually do about that on your side. You can only control your side, but you're meant to remove yourself from this sort of apathetic state and come into, like, realign with your personal power, your sovereign power. Balance out anything that has become like more of a toxic or unstable attachment, or maybe something codependent even. But you don't really need to worry. Like, you don't need to worry about letting something go, because I feel like it's not over. It will come back to you, but it will only come back when it is aligned and ready to actually integrate in a way that's not painful. Right now, things are too unstable. Yeah. The 2 of Coins. Things are unstable. So that's what I see for you. Okay. We're going to move on to Virgo. That was an interesting reading. Yeah. I'm hearing this old, like, it's a song by Good Charlotte. Oh my gosh. I think it's called Seasons. My emo roots are coming out. Who is that even for? Is it for Leo, or is it for... Yeah, I feel like it's still for Leo. He's talking about, like... What does he say? Summer air reminds me of all the seasons of your love and what it was like when we were together. Though I feel you everywhere, I know it seems I just don't care, 'cause now you've gone away. And then he says, I want to fall in love with you tonight. So he's talking about, like, seasons, though, of a relationship with him and somebody else. How everything is not as it seems. And that there is still a desire to fall in love. Or to hold on to love. So I don't know. I feel like that's a message for you. Okay. Let's tap out of Leo's energy. We need to move on so that this reading's not 10 hours long, Spirit. Work with me. But I feel like that was for you. Leo. Interesting. Okay, let me push my chair back a little bit so that I can put my feet or my legs, stretch my leg a little. Let me see. Let me talk to you guys. Hi. You're
you gonna go study again? I don't know when you sent that, beloved, but if you're still here, bye, love. Happy studying. Okay. Moving on to Virgo. So, oh, you're still here. Hi. Hello. Virgo, 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 Virgo. Wow. What is that song? Desert, let me in your eyes all the way. If I listen to your lies, would you say I'm a man without conviction? I'm a man who doesn't know how to sell a contradiction. You come and go. What song is that? Is that more of the song I was singing? Okay, tell me about Virgo. What? Yeah, tune me into Virgo's higher self and their intuitive hit that has been trying to come through or reveal itself, make itself known and witnessed. Joe Gofo. Yes. Oh, Karma Chameleon. Okay. Wow, that's interesting. I'm proud of you, Jogo. That's amazing. The thing about this time is that it's a time of culmination, and culmination is it can either be satisfying or unsatisfying, right? And it just depends with how you choose to close out a cycle or not close out a cycle. Even the difficult cycles that if we're closing out or if we're coming to terms with something or creating closure that kind of sucks at first, it's super liberating from that point forwards. And we can realize, like, okay, I've closed that out now. I'm coming out of that. I'm not doing that again. Now, yeah, that cycle's over. It was heavy. Now I have something, literally a fresh spark, a fresh slate to look forward to. So it's like really heavy energy can be swapped out for like light, liberating, expansive, adventurous, abundant, kind of like exciting energy. And it's all about how you navigate things at this time through the energies that we have. A lot of energies that can support us, or we can go to war with them, right? And it's really like the will and ego versus this deep, ancient, esoteric transmutation that wants to take place. And Pluto is gonna take out Mars in this opposition. Pluto's gonna win. And Mars can choose to either go to war with that transformation, not realizing that the world around them is a mirror, right? Being essentially unconscious and not trying to beat up the mirror because they don't realize that it's a mirror, trying to fight Pluto, not realizing that they're fighting their own inevitable internal transformation that's being offered to them because they're ready and it's for their best good. Or there's the people who are, I feel like, aligning with the transformation needed, becoming clear on it, and then becoming more intentional and present with showing up to work through the process of that transformation, but to lean more into it, to kind of, there's a level of surrender with that as well, and trust, because the universe is kind of like, get out of my way, I'm doing things right now. Like, go sit in the corner, take a little time out, have a snack, power nap, whatever you want to do, buddy. pats you on the shoulder, but I'm the universe and I got this for right now. So it feels though like our job is to kind of like release the things that aren't working, release the things that are dead weight or creating stagnant energy. And then we're creating space for the abundance to flow in, and the universe is what is sending that abundance in, it feels like. So we are clearing out the space, and then the universe is coming in with like a shopping haul, but we need space to put that new stuff, right? As like an example. Okay. So, yeah, Virgo. Let's see what's up with Virgo. Mm-hmm. Wow. It's a really clear message. Man, you're using that mercurial energy against yourself again, huh? Okay. That happens sometimes, don't worry. Okay. Let me get some oracle cards here. Love that. Yeah, this is coming through quite clearly. I feel like there's one more thing that wants to come through. What's that? 7 of Swords. Mm-hmm. Okay. Timestamp. Hi, Virgo. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. Let's take a look and see if we can uncover this message that your intuition's been trying to get through your skull. I'm just kidding. But what has your intuition been trying to reveal to you that you maybe have been missing for some reason? Okay, so the message is coming through as the Ace of Wands, which came out on the split during your shuffling, the Wheel of Fortune, and the 7 of Swords in reverse.
Okay, so it's really clear there is something that is meant for you, and the very nature of it is fortunate, expansive, destined, life giving, and inspiring. And I feel like there's a lot of desire and passion wrapped up in whatever this opportunity is. However, there is a veil of illusion over it currently. And it's not from complete like delusion, it's coming from miscommunication or a complete lack of communication and assumption, I feel like, within a situation or between you and someone else. It's almost saying, so your intuition is saying here, there's something that came through to you and it was a divine opportunity, very much in perfect comfort and alignment with you, your higher self. Because these energies don't align with you if you're not in these energies yourself, right? So you were at one point in an energy of freedom, expansion, kind of this like rebellious, can't hold me down, like get your motor running, head out on the highway, born to be wild vibes. But yeah, it's like you were setting out on you were ready for a new adventure. You felt passionate, inspired, turned on by life, liberated. And because you were feeling good and light and passionate within yourself, you also had this element of being surrendered to the flow of the universe and what came towards you. But then I feel like you got something, the universe brought something towards you, and there's the need to see it clearly because for some reason there's been illusion surrounding whatever this is. So I want to know what that illusion is. The 10 of Cups in reverse is at the bottom of the deck, with the Emperor in reverse and the Sun in reverse. There's a lot of ego energy, a lot of masculine, like unhealthy masculine energy or imbalanced masculine energy, yang energy, I should say. I don't feel like this is one person. I feel like this is just masculine energy. The energy of being in dominion and sovereign over your own life in a healthy way, not in like a tyrannical way, but in the way that you were, right? Like inspired, life force energy flowing through you, you following your intuition, not overthinking things, your ego not getting in the way, having you doubt things. So this card came out, well, these two cards came out from the Oracle deck to clarify. And there's this top one that I feel is very relevant, and it says in sovereignty and out of sovereignty, and it has a list. So people who are in their sovereign energy, which would be like people who are in this energy within themselves, right? This is how they think. I am safe to feel. I'm responsible for my life. I speak my truth. I'm not responsible for others' reactions. I'm free. I follow my resonance. I create and choose my reality, and I allow others to be. And then when we're out of sovereignty or when we're in a more imbalanced or insecure space, we come more from the perspective of needing to control our feelings, feeling like we're a victim to life, speaking others' truths for them. So that's that making assumptions, thinking that it's your responsibility to walk on eggshells or to cater to someone else's reactions or responses, being controlled by the needs of others, following others, letting others dictate your reality, or trying to control or change others. And then there's this card that says, obviously, yes. I feel like this situation is an obvious yes. It's golden. It is. There's something about it literally being like stitched. See how this is stitched into the framework, like knit into the framework of your destiny. This is something that, I mean, the Ace of Wands, all of the aces are divinely offered opportunities, and the Wheel of Fortune is divinely given and timed expansion. This is something that absolute yes, no question, no doubt, 110%, it's a yes. I feel like the way that it manifested, though, at certain points may have been out of
balance or out of sovereignty. So there could have been some toxic elements that came up in a dynamic or a situation. And this doesn't have to directly include like another relationship with one specific person. It could be just you in relation to some opportunity that is meant for you, and it could bring you a lot of emotional fulfillment, and you called it in from an inspired, divine, higher place. So you could be doubting as well, like, was I toxic and unhealed when I called this in, when I manifested this, because of the way that it came in? I feel like though there was a point where it didn't feel toxic. I feel like it came in and it felt like the Ace of Wands, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Ten of Cups. And then something happened where it got thrown out of balance, or people got thrown out of sovereignty, or you did. But the thing is, like, as humans, we're always being thrown in and out of sovereignty over ourselves and our energy and our life. That's kind of the journey of personal development, is becoming completely empowered and sovereign over oneself. But in order to do that, we're constantly getting to know more of ourselves, right? So that's a lifelong process. So it's not a destination that you reach and then you're just done, you know? And it's also not something that necessarily means that within a situation something is totally toxic just because it manifests at certain points as in an insecure, imbalanced way. Because naturally we flow in and out of this, which means our relationships will kind of ping pong in and out of this, and it's just, that's how we grow and become even more empowered. So when you're out of sovereignty, it's not about rejecting something or doubting something because it's out of sovereignty, but more so seeing what it's trying to point out to you, where you are out of alignment, so that you can continue down that path of expansion and self-awareness. So it's meant to empower you, not discourage you. And I feel like that's what your intuition's been trying to tell you. But your block, blind spot, or resistance to this truth is strength in reverse. So Leo energy. This could be pride, or it could be the need for an ego death, or the need to just be vulnerable. It's also, there is the need to reassess the things that you stand by in life and what you want out of life and why. How those goals align with your internal beliefs and philosophy of life and the world that you want to create around you and in connection to others. There's something about that is, I heard, ready to transform or evolve. But this could be kind of triggering, right? Triggering your ego. There's light being shone on a place where you haven't been truly strong and aligned with yourself and evolved. There's a cognitive dissonance or something here where you're seeing something more clearly, or you've been offered an opportunity, but it's shedding light on a place where your sovereignty is not super strong yet. And it's kind of like a muscle that you need to flex. And the way that it wants to be flexed is it's showing you how you can level up or become more sovereign in those places. So you're not meant to react to this being shown to you. It's not like supposed to be a criticism that looks at your most vulnerable spots and is like, you're weak, like you suck, you're out of alignment with your life, and like stress about it and let it make you totally emotionally confused. Like, there doesn't need to be that reaction. You can just take it for what it is, which is literally just a message trying to draw your awareness to or highlight somewhere that you could be more fulfilled, more expansive, more aligned, and more in dominion over your life than you are currently. So it's not a bad thing. Being shown where you're out of alignment or where you could do better for yourself so that you can have better for yourself is not... I feel like when we are very self-critical, we take everything as that when it comes through to us as well, right? And we think that being shown where we have a choice to be happier, and it is a choice, it's just like, hey, you could keep doing things that way, or you could take this into consideration, which you haven't been seeing, and then do things differently. And by making that choice, which you have free will to make, you could create more fulfillment for yourself, right? But you could also take this approach where you just get stressed out, you feel shot down, you take it as kind of like a personal attack or a destabilizing force in a negative way. And you get into a space of defensiveness and ego where you just try to sustain the structure that you've already built, even though something wants to be restored or renovated for the better. Okay, so that's your block. So there's something that's hitting a sensitive spot and it feels like you're a little stressed out about it. But I think that if you just kind of flip your perspective or way of framing something or looking at it, you can see it from a more, rather than being beat down by the challenge of this thing and it feeling impossible or you feeling like you're putting yourself in a vulnerable position, you can see it as the chance to exercise your free will, your sovereignty, to flex that muscle, to prove yourself to yourself, to grow and expand, and to, again, like I said, to do better for yourself so that you can have better for yourself because you are worth it. So the implication of this truth is the Ace of Pentacles. So you have the Ace of Wands and the Ace of Pentacles here, which is interesting. Okay. This is the implication of this truth, or the influence or effect that integrating this truth or accepting it will have on you. There's something that is, again, it's a gem. It's something of value that is being divinely offered to you, because like I said, all of the aces are divine offerings. It's something you want to reach for. You feel very tempted to reach for it. And that could be why your ego is working overtime as well, to kind of like, it's almost coming through as you have so much desire for something that you don't trust it. It's like it seems too good to be true. And although everything inside of you is screaming, reach for this, and it makes you feel, I feel like when you really tap into it from an empowered place, it makes you feel alive. It makes you feel, it's like you can connect to unlimited potential or possibilities. You can dream. There's something about this situation or opportunity that really opens up your experience, your spirit. It turns you on, but it's like that scares you, and you have more of a tendency to criticize it, to shut down, to avoid, to doubt it. But that's because you're criticizing and doubting yourself in some sort of way, and that wants to be addressed. I feel like that's the implication that would need to be addressed if you look at the truth of this. But clarifying the Ace of Pentacles, these oracle cards came out, and this is your energy. That's interesting. Criticism, Mars in Virgo. Secrets, Venus in Scorpio. Companionship, Moon in Libra. And extremism, Mercury in Scorpio. You're assuming that something here is going to be a certain way, and I think that's because you've experienced it from a place of imbalance, at least like partially. But it's almost like you're assuming that something has been marred, or something has, it's gone out of alignment and it can't come back into alignment, or it's been thrown out of balance and it can't be rebalanced. But it can be. It just requires actual companionship and cooperation, like coming together with someone to communicate your feelings and to find that balance, moon in Libra, to take the other person into consideration, essentially. There's something about like, you feel like this is going to be super extreme, or like it's going to ask a lot of you, or that it's going to ask a lot of you and then criticize what you bring to the table. There's some element where you're like, no, I just want to shut down. I want to keep myself separate from whatever this opportunity is. But I think that this is the energy of how it shows up when it's out of sovereignty, when you and someone else are feeling like you need to control your feelings by hiding them away or keeping them secret, feeling like a victim in your life, right? Trying to speak others' truths, coming from a space of assumption, or feeling responsible to meet someone's needs or to show up in a certain way. This is not healthy. And you could have experienced it as that, but that doesn't mean that this is not still possible. It just requires like some working with, right? But the work that is needed is the implication of this truth. It's like, if you're going to see this truth and decide that it is for you and the universe did bring this to you, then you also have to embrace your commitment to the investment that it requires of you. So your advice is the Two of Cups in reverse. But then there is a whole bunch of other cards that came out to clarify. There's something that you're very afraid of losing: your freedom, your sovereignty, your abundance, your power, your personal power. And I feel like that's because you don't feel stable in it yourself. Because if you did, you wouldn't have that fear of something being able to influence you or take it from you, right? So there's something where you're afraid of getting lost in this, because there is so much pull and desire, and there's something about it where you almost can't tell at times where you end and someone else begins, or vice versa. Like I'm hearing fade into you, or fade into me, Mazzy Star. It's a very energetic, spiritual, and deeply emotional connection that does show you yourself. It's a reflection. And that means it will reflect you back at you when you are in alignment with your sovereignty and when you're not, right? And that doesn't mean that it's not for you. It just means it's going to show you all of you. And I think that there's a fear of getting lost in someone here, and that's coming from a space of feeling vulnerable or disempowered, because maybe someone took that from you in the past. Maybe you gave your power to somebody. You gave someone authority over your power in an extreme kind of way. It feels like you might have been in a relationship with someone who in the past was very like sensitive or paranoid, or it's like they wanted to control you in an extreme and intense way, and you kind of lost yourself in something here. They could have been very critical of your natural expression, and you could have taken that quite personally. But I feel like it ended up with you like kind of severing yourself off from something in order to kind of protect a part of yourself that you didn't want to lose. It's like you felt like you had to keep something secret to keep it safe from someone that was just like consuming all of you and sort of dictating how you were showing up. And that could have been because they were insecure and out of sovereignty with themselves, right? So they were seeking to control you, but you have this very strong idea, like, I'm not letting that happen again, and you shouldn't. But I don't think that
this, whatever this is, this Ace of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune, that's something that's in alignment with you, something that you can make balance. You can make it work, right? So I think that you need to look at where this lack of sovereignty or clarity, like clear reflection of yourself, is happening within you. And you're meant to kind of reconcile or resolve that within yourself so that you can answer a call. You can discern a divine opportunity for what it really is. You can see something clearly. You can see what it requires of you. You can decide if that's something that you're willing to show up for. But at least you'll be making this decision then from a space of truth and sovereignty, whether you decide to choose it or not. It almost feels like bringing this energy into a state of reconciliation. And that could also be waving the white flag or leveling with someone else, because the Two of Cups in reverse can talk about like a chasm between two people that just need to like get on the same page, need to remind each other that they see each other, right? That they're more alike than they are different. It almost feels like something naturally manifests from this truth. The energy kind of brings something to light. It feels like it brings, there's 4 arrows here, which is like the sword suit. And I feel like it actually brings peace to your heart, which allows something true to manifest in its full strength and its full glory and capacity for you, in alignment with you. It allows something that has been in a state of turmoil or pain within your heart to be put to rest or integrated. And as that happens, your perspective evolves and moves forwards. And I think you see yourself in a more... There's a lot of clarity of both the head and the heart that comes through to you when you do that work. It's like, again, you have peace in your heart and your mind because you're seeing things more clearly, and then you're able to hold what you feel and honor it and truly manifest it from a place of sovereignty without questioning yourself, knowing that it's something that you want to pull towards you and why. It's like you calibrate yourself with your own sovereignty again by looking at what this is that's unresolved within you, that fear of someone losing yourself to someone or someone trying to control you, the need to always doubt and criticize something or make assumptions and hide yourself away or like withhold yourself. Not everything that you feel pulled to share yourself with wants to drain you dry. You know, not everything wants to bleed you dry or steal from you. Some things want to witness the beauty and the depth of you just to appreciate it, not to try to like steal it from you, but to appreciate it, to validate it, to just bear witness to it. It feels like there is someone here who sees you. You see each other. It does feel divine and passionate. But I don't think that you want to control or take from one another, because I don't think that you want to be out of sovereignty, because being in this state doesn't feel good. So yeah, that's what I'm getting for you. There's something there to just kind of reassess maybe, because I think that your doubt or your uncertainty is coming from an internal insecurity that still needs to be resolved. And it's something from the past, something that you've already experienced that you're ready to let go of. It's like there's residual anxiety almost from a past experience. Because I think that you didn't realize, you could have thought that you were just like making healthy compromises for love, for instance. And then you wake up one day and you have like no autonomy left. Like your partner is like, has the passwords to all your social media and like goes through your DMs every day. And like, it feels like a prison, not like love. You know, it feels almost like that something was extreme, where some situation you felt quite oppressed by it. You felt like you lost yourself or your freedom to a degree. So there's this like very strong, I'm not letting anything do that again. But it's not about you being the victim to things coming in and trying to take from you. It's about you being more empowered in your own sovereignty, so that no matter what comes towards you, it doesn't actually have the power to throw you off balance, because you've done the work inside of you and resolved whatever it was that you felt you were lacking or you were seeking in another, that caused you to allow them to have that much authority over you in the first place. Okay? I love you so much, Virgo. That was your message. That was intense. I love you. We're going to move on now to Libra. All right. Haley, I don't think I'm doing questions tonight, super chat questions, because the energies are just so intense, and I'm, halfway done the reading. So I feel like I'm just going to focus on working my way through these messages and not piling more on myself at this time. Let's see here. Okay. Libra's messages. What decks do I want to use for Libra? I think I'm going to pull the tarot cards first and then see what's up with that. How are you guys doing out there? How you doing? How you doing? My hair keeps getting stuck on my little, see my little, it gets tangled on that little thing on the end of my earring, and it is very annoying, and I'm like, why are you doing that? There we go, that's better. There is this kind of like energy of irritation though in general, like noticing, being aware, or maybe it's an ultra sensitivity that I'm feeling to energy, and the energy kind of feels like it's like grating. So on the most mild side of that, it's almost like we feel a little bit agitated, or like there's a little bit of I don't know, it's like we may not have quite as much capacity for, or desire to offer like grace and understanding. We might not be as patient as we normally are, because we're just in uncomfortable water. I just saw that Spider-Man meme where there's 3 of them and they're pointing the guns at each other in a triangle. So it's kind of like everyone is on defense, even though everyone is in the same situation. We might be more tempted to like be defensive, or be like, I don't know, look at each other with suspicion or something like that. I don't know. I guess that's a message that wanted to come through. Okay. Libra. What do we need to know for Libra? How have you guys been feeling since your eclipse? Tell me how you really feel. Tell me how you really feel. Okay. This is interesting because this feels like it's predictive. for some of you. Predictive, perhaps. You're the first sign that I'm actually getting that energy from. Let me just put your timestamp down now so that I can start channeling messages for you. Hi, Libra. Libra. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Okay, I'm gonna get some oracle cards, but I feel like right now there could be something. First of all, I kind of feel like your message that your intuition's been trying to tell you is actually about something that's coming up for some of you, not something that's already happened. It's almost like a feeling that you're getting that something is moving towards you quickly, or something is going to move forwards quickly, like a block might be removed from a certain situation that has felt, I don't know, like you've been at an impasse. If you haven't been talking to someone, maybe you all of a sudden feel like, I feel like this person's going to reach out to me. I don't know. It could be something like that. But I feel like currently there's a situation that feels unsettled, unbalanced, or unjust in some sort of way. As it stands, I heard. As it stands. Something that you put into, something that you poured time, energy, and effort into, it feels like you felt like you needed to walk away from it, or maybe you did walk away from it and you liberated yourself from some sort of fear. It almost feels like a part of you, though, has still been committed to the idea of hope, or of building something, or bringing something together. Okay, let me get some more cards. Tell me about that. Ten of Pentacles in reverse, Luna. Tell me about the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Hey. What's up? What's up? What is that song I'm channeling? What is it? I can't remember the name of the song, but the lyrics are something like, there's just a part where they say something, something, so it's easier being on my own. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. I feel like this is relevant. Sorry for the typing noises. I'm literally hearing it in my head. But I don't know if it's going to come up here. Oh, I think it's this song, Darcy, On My Own. Is that what it is?
No, I don't think this is it. I don't know. There's something about you having gone through something and it now being easier to be on your own, or you're experiencing it in that way. I guess if I can't think of the song, then it's probably not that important, but maybe it will come to me. Let me see here. Okay. Tell me about the energy of that. Energy there. Oops. Let me just see. And the reason that I say that is because you could be in this very, it's interesting. It is an empowered energy, but at the same time, it could be like, it could transform into like a level of imbalanced, like ultra independence kind of energy, where it's like I'm not letting anybody in to the most intimate parts of me, and I'm saying that it's because I'm just really focused on myself. And it's, yes, there is an element to that, but you can still let people witness you and remain focused on yourself, right? But I understand for Libras that can sometimes be a hard balance to strike. So you could have got more comfortable kind of having a certain appearance or identity or role that you play that feels safer, less intimate. Really, it's just scratching the surface of you, and a lot of you is remaining unexplored or unwitnessed to whoever your audience is. But in a way, it feels safer. Okay, tell me about this. Nine of Cups. Okay. That's interesting. All right. There's something that's actually trying to bring you an energy of rebirth and regeneration and positivity or new growth after winter. And with this, it's kind of trying, this energy is trying to dissolve the remnants of unwanted thoughts or thoughts that steal your peace of mind. That's what kind of wants to phase out, it feels like. So the message that your intuition's been trying to tell you is the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Swords, and the Six of Swords. And for a lot of you, I feel like this is something that either is just coming in or just came in. It feels very much like the energy is currently like present in motion, or this is something that is predictive, like it has yet to happen. Excuse me, ma'am. Luna saying hi. I feel like this is two knights. Someone coming in and taking action. Yeah, the one that fell away is this. I feel like this is the same person. Someone is coming in and they are speaking their truth, and it is their truth, but it's also balanced with an openness of heart. So this is someone that is emotionally available. They're also open and honest. They're in a healthy space, and they don't have anything attached to their heart space that is unresolved, because this card came out to clarify attachment in reverse, letting go, restriction, and fear. So this is someone who, it's like not someone who's still carrying the remnants of trauma that that's still restricting them. They're not coming at you from a fearful, restricted place. This is someone who is, like I said, emotionally available. Their heart is open. There's not fear restricting them. And that's clarified even more. I heard agent of change. This could be someone that activates you. They're actually coming in as an agent of change to help you dissolve, like I said, unwanted or outgrown ways of thinking, to help you clear away obstacles. It is an energy of guiding and being protective over you, whatever this is. So they are speaking truth. This is someone or something that cuts to the chase. They don't play games, they get right to it. They clear away confusion or obstacles. And they're not afraid of open conversation for the sake of finding common ground, finding a way to make things work. And then there's the Six of Swords with the Tree of Life, fertility, creativity, destiny, and magical blessings. Whatever energy is cleared away by the entrance of this person or opportunity, it clears away something that was stagnant, and I'm seeing it like gunk clogging up a drain or something, and there are positive things trying to flow through the drain, but there's this gunk of like attachment or residue or like some sticky gunky stuff that's creating an obstacle. This person's coming through with a clear heart and a clear head and a willingness and a certain sense of liberation. They're going to clear that out if you are able to see them for what they are and create almost a vacuum for blessings and things to grow that are going to be abundant. They're going to open your mind or challenge your thinking in some sort of way. It's almost like Spirit is saying, like, get ready for this person. Because there could be some resistance to them or what they challenge in you is what I'm getting. The block, blind spot, or resistance that you might have is coming through as, isn't the upright? Yeah, the 10 of Wands. No, that's the 9 of Wands. The 9 of Wands. The wounded healer, the one who pushes through and endures, but at what cost? The one who, it's like a sacrificing yourself for the attainment of some sort of goal. So I think that there's a belief that that love always has to be hard, or you could have this attachment to the idea that love always equates to pain. Love always forces you to sacrifice something in a painful kind of way, in a heavy kind of way, in a way that includes suffering, and you throwing yourself off balance is what that feels like. But I think that is just a way that you're still thinking based on something you experienced in the past that went like that. And I think whatever you experienced in the past, maybe it tried to open its heart to you, but it felt hard because someone could have not had a fully open heart space. They could have not been completely emotionally available because there was something they hadn't let go of. There was an attachment, a fear, or a restrictive energy that they were still carrying forwards from some sort of past pain, and they weren't able or ready to meet you with the openness required or the availability required to be with you. So you could equate like love with struggle or pain. Tell me more about that 9 of Wands. This is your resistance. The 2 of Swords, Moon and Libra energy. The 9 of Cups in reverse. You're undecided because you're afraid that no matter how good something looks, it could just, it's like the last call lights come on at the bar and you realize the person you've been dancing with catfished you hard, because you were drunk or something like that. You're afraid of some sort of illusion, something that you might not see clearly it's not gonna fulfill you and give to your life in a substantial way. It's going to make it harder or make it painful. So that's just coming through as an assumption based on past experience and being tired and not wanting to go through the same thing again, not wanting to get sucked into that loop. But I feel like what will get you out of that loop and allow you to see with clear discernment is addressing that indecision and doubt within yourself. rather than projecting that doubt and confusion and fear onto every situation that comes towards you. Because then you won't be able to see what it truly is, right? But anything that has been like committed to deceiving you or making your life hard, or used you or charmed you or took from you, took advantage of your lack of clarity maybe in the past, that's not what this is. This is something that is freed up for you. It is like in the perfect energy to receive you and to give to you in equal parts, it feels like. The King of Swords in reverse is the implication of this truth, and then the advice is the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. This almost looks like, it looked like the Justice card, because this looks like scales, but it's the King of Swords, which is you in your most empowered energy. So yeah, it's about realizing that right now, as it stands, I feel like you are actually in this energy. There is an attachment that needs to be released that is causing an imbalance and a lack of total discernment or clarity. You can't totally weigh things out and see them for what they truly are right now. But it's because something hurt you in the past that you still haven't completely resolved yet. So there is actually a fear that's causing a little bit of emotional unavailability within you, and it's just an attachment that to that past thing you still need to recognize so you can release it. Because until you do that and you realize that it's you that's carrying this, you're gonna project you might see it in other people where it's not really, right? And it's because it exists in you right now, and that's not a bad thing. It's just the impact of, a past experience on you. You can have victory over it. You just need to witness it so that you can bring balance to yourself again. And I feel like where the balance is being thrown off is you are leaning more towards, again, like assuming that things have to be hard, that things will be imbalanced, that you're going to get hurt the way that you did in the past. But I feel like that's more likely to happen if you move forwards with fear in your heart, because fear is convoluting your truth, your ability to really genuinely weigh things out and see the truth of something, or feel the resonance of true clarity, undeniable clarity. Tell me about the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. That's your advice. There's a time when you were so hopeful, creative, inspired, open to desire, inspiration. You were trusting. And then it feels like something maybe took advantage of that and you turned into the Queen of Wands in reverse. I feel like this Emperor in reverse is something that maybe had power over you or misused their authority, or made things hard, or brought out an insecurity in you in some way. It kind of stole your innocence is how it's coming through, but your innocence can be regained once you just rebalance your internal state. You realize that nothing has actually been lost. It was still within you all along, this hopeful, innocent part. It's just you kind of detached yourself from it when you took on this fearful, more insecure way of seeing things. It's almost like you perceived something as being missing from you, but it's just because you weren't connected to it within yourself at the time, not because it was actually gone, if that makes sense. It's about a rebalancing. It's not about something having truly been lost. But yeah, there is a truth you kind of want to resolve. And I feel like there's something that you thought could be everything in the past. Like you really started making tangible plans to build something with someone. You could have talked about marriage, having kids, like this. I feel like this was an established relationship. But again, it wasn't all bad. The truth is that it had a lot of potential, but it was imbalanced or misaligned, so it couldn't come together. It needs to heal, or it was maybe an agent of, like, brought in an opportunity for you to heal. But maybe it wasn't open enough or available enough to actually meet you and make a dream a reality. It just feels like you were disappointed and thrown off, confused by something painful that you had invested a lot of your hope, of yourself into. And now you're kind of scared to dream again. It's almost as though you're seeing everything as a threat because you don't want to be let down again. And you've redirected your attention to yourself in a beautiful way. Like I feel like made yourself the main character of your life. You've recentered yourself in your life. But there's an element still of it being out of fear of being intimate again. Because this energy, if paired with an openness for someone to join you in this energy and celebrate, the work of art that you are, you have to allow someone else to learn this subject to fully appreciate it, to see it. You are a gift that's not meant to just be for yourself, although you are meant to be for yourself. You should be your own muse. You should be inspired and passionate about yourself. But when you're withholding part of yourself, the intimate part, and allowing it to be unexplored and just swapping it out for some mask or more shallow appearance, it's like you're just giving the audience just enough, but you're not really giving them you. And there's something that truly wants to awaken and heal you, bring peace, romance, inspiration that aligns with the work that you've done on yourself, because you have awakened, it feels like, to your divinity more, and something wants to meet you in that space, not so it can throw you off or make your easy life hard all of a sudden and put you back in a dark space, but so that it can make this state of recognizing and honoring yourself even more sustainable, because it wants to come in as kind of like a cheerleader, someone that's going to be in your corner, something that you can truly show yourself to and be at peace with, allowing them into those intimate spaces. But some part of you has gotten comfortable with those spaces being unexplored, because that means that they can't be rejected. That means that they can't be abandoned. That means that they can't be criticized, right? And that is normal. That is very normal, my friends. So I totally understand. But that's what's coming through for you. I'm really greasy and I need to go to the washroom. So I'm just going to pee quickly before I move on to Scorpio. But then we're moving on to Scorpio. My Scorps. Okay. Energies are there is that thread of the current energy, though, that's flowing through these messages, although they're coming out differently, and these themes may be manifesting in different ways in each of your lives. We are all being challenged by some part of ourselves that wants to be seen more intimately, and it's requiring evolution or change of us, so that we can be in our power, so that we can witness our own power, so that the world can witness our power, because ultimately that's what the fuck we came here to do. What's the point of you coming here and hiding your light, like making yourself small and only inspiring yourself, when other people could witness the beauty that is you and be inspired, and you can infuse life and beauty and light and balance and harmony into humanity, because you hold the gift to do that, and we all do. So quit hoarding your beauty, Libra. No, I'm just kidding. But I feel like we're all kind of being what's up, Browns boy? We're all kind of being challenged in similar ways. Challenged. We're being challenged. Okay, so let me go to the washroom real fast, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get into Scorpio because I already know. It's gonna be intense because Pluto and Mars are your rulers, your co-rulers, and they are literally having a Mexican standoff in the sky right now at each other. So that's gotta feel just so comfortable for you. It's just gotta feel great. I'm a Scorpio rising and Pluto and Scorpio, so trust me when I say I get it. I feel ya. Okay, this one too. Okay, I'll be back in one moment, my darlings. Hello. I have returned. Okay, Scorpio. Let's see what's going on. Scorps. My Scorpios. Yeah. I feel like we're gonna shift gears too here because I am almost done my coffee, and when I went upstairs I saw wine, and so I brought that downstairs, and I was like, at some point we're switching out of coffee mode into vino mode because that's just how the energies are today. Sorry, not sorry. So I guess that epic switch over or shift is taking place shockingly in Scorpio's reading, or in alignment with Scorpio's reading. Scorpio. I'm going to take a second to really quickly just intentionally ground the energy a little bit here. Hold on one second. Okay. That's better. What does Scorpio need to hear at this time? What is their intuition? What has their intuition been trying to tell them? Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is so the astrology. The astrology. The energy is energying. Like the astrology is astrologying. It's happening. Yeah. It's present and loud. So, okay, what's that? Let me just grab a couple oracle cards, then we're gonna get into this. I think my laptop is overheating. Just turn the screen way down. Okay. I took a turn. Unexpected turn. The fuck? Okay, well that's good. I'm not mad at it. I need to put my I'm gonna put my laptop up on this book so that it has a little airflow beneath it, because I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's kind of kind of overheating just a little tiny bit. Just a little bit. I'm going crazy. Okay, so what's that? I need to know what that is then. Just one more. So scorpionic. It's literally what I said. Two parts of you, Mars and Pluto, your co-rulers, opposing one another in a freaking standoff. Okay, so let me timestamp and see what is going on with this. What's happening? Can you guys still see me? Have you been able to see me that whole time? That's weird. My YouTube page it came up with an error and it completely disappeared, but it's showing that it still stayed connected for you guys, so hopefully it did. What's up, Gabby? Kicked you in the balls. What's up, Soph? Hi. Hi, babes. How are you guys doing? Okay, you can still see me. Okay, good. Weird. Let's see. Timestamp for Scorpio. Tell your lady balls I'm sorry. Hi, Scorpio. Sincerely. This whole transit has felt like a kick in the lady balls for anyone with Aries Scorpio placements prominent. So, yeah. Me over here with my Jupiter and Venus in Aries and my rising in Pluto conjunct in Scorpio. It's so fun. It's been so fun. There's not enough caffeine in the world. Okay, so Scorpio. You have the energy of Jupiter, Virgo, and Mars here. Okay, so what I was saying while I was shuffling is I do feel like with the current transits that are taking place that are super intense, and if you guys don't know, it's that as I'm literally, it's exact today, the day that I'm recording this, there is the final Mars Pluto opposition. There's also a T-square with Lilith that was yesterday. And there's a lot of energies, but Mars and Pluto are your co-rulers. And so it's like two parts of yourself that are very prominent in opposition. So it's challenging you. It's testing you. For real. For real. Testing us, I should say. So let's get into the messages because I see that reflected here. So the message your intuition's been trying to tell you is the Knight of Pentacles, the Hermit in reverse, and the Six of Wands in reverse. It's interesting. I feel as though you have had, intuitively, you have felt guided to continue fighting for or going to war for, or, being this Aztec warrior, going to battle for something or someone that has not yet. I feel like this is another person. They haven't mastered themselves yet, or they're at a difficult place where they're not seeing themselves clearly for some reason. Their path is convoluted, or it's confused. They're either not looking at themselves and taking accountability, or they're just confused when they do look at themselves because they're in a really, feels like a pivotal and dramatic place on their own journey, their personal journey. And it feels like there hasn't been, with the Six of Wands in reverse, there has not been success or victory with something that you've been consistently feeling, like consistently showing up for and fighting for. But your intuition is actually on point. I feel like this is validation for you, because this is the message your intuition's been trying to validate for you. So you could have been fighting this intuitive, inkling. And I understand why, because hello, Scorpio, and your complementary trust issues that you come into this life with. I get it. Trust me, I get it. We go through some shit. We usually have a lot of karma in our lifetime when we have scorpionic placements or energies. And those things do hurt. And then we go through phases of contraction when we don't know if we can trust. But I feel like
you've continued to show up and just put one foot in front of the other. And it's like a very persistent investment into something that it doesn't feel like is really fully investing in itself right now, or it is and it's confused or in kind of a state of upheaval or turmoil within that inner journey that has prevented you from truly feeling like there's been success or recognition in this situation. But your intuition has been trying to tell you to keep showing up in a consistent, grounded way. And there's something about patience here too. So it's actually, the message is not to give up on something. And so a bunch of oracle cards came out. So the first one was the turning point. And it says return, the start of a new cycle, right timing, regeneration, inevitability, and steady improvements. And then I pulled another one because I wanted more clarity, and gathering together came out with companionship. So it's very clear because both of these talk about like something unifying, something being able to come together in companionship with mutual respect, healthy boundaries, mutual appreciation, shared goals, and the maintenance of interdependence. So not becoming codependent on one another. So essentially your intuition is saying you haven't been giving to something for no reason. It's like something has been making steady improvements, even if maybe from the outside you haven't been able to see that. Either because someone hasn't communicated what they're going through internally with you, they haven't shared that with you, or because just despite your investment and your effort, you feel as though something has been a flop or you haven't succeeded with something. So this is something you could be like, you're like hesitant to trust your intuition on this because it feels maybe like you're investing in something that is maybe unhealthy or imbalanced or just not going somewhere. But then these cards came out. Difficulty in the beginning, growing pains, doubts and fears, awkwardness, becoming stronger, vulnerability and inexperience, withholding together, union, cooperation, solidarity, membership, teamwork, participation, making a choice. So it does feel like you're at a turning point where something is in perfect alignment and divine timing to improve, to regenerate, for a new cycle to start that is actually going to hold more success, more union, more cooperation. Where there has been difficulty, growing pains, and like an awkwardness, it feels like that was just you got off to a rough start with something that is going to come together. You're just actually being asked to trust your intuition to continue showing up for something, because it doesn't feel like whatever this is it's not hurting you, and it doesn't have a malicious intent. It just feels like it is at a standstill, or it has hit a point of deep confusion, or a very like climactic, violent, almost turning point within its personal journey where it has a decision to make. And I feel like this is someone that you are in some sort of relation to, that it hasn't felt, again, like it hasn't felt successful or cooperative. But that's not because of you. It's not because it wasn't meant to come together. I feel like you're going to understand as well at some point that there's more about this internal struggle or journey that from this external source, I feel like, that's going to be revealed to you. And potentially they're going to say that they didn't share as much because they felt vulnerable in this phase of expansion or growth, or they felt inexperienced. There's something about the way that you've consistently continued to show up and go to war for something or someone that has actually changed. It's been healing.
for them. It's been a validating, positive force in their life. Although you may not have seen it, they may not have shared that. In some way, your consistent commitment to companionship, even with something that maybe hasn't been pulling its own weight, or I don't know how to say it. It's like something was in a state of weakness, or not weakness, vulnerability, because it was shifting on a very deep level or being challenged on a deep level. So things weren't clear, or they didn't seem to be moving forwards, but your consistent loyalty and effort towards this has actually been holding something together, gathering it together, providing healing and support. And I feel like kind of empowering someone else's journey, even though they have felt awkward, or they have felt kind of insecure or lost in some sort of way, or even like volatile. Okay, so the block, blind spot, or resistance that's stopping you from fully trusting your intuition here is the Tower, Mars energy, the burning tree. Well, it has felt like war. See how this card says? The Knight of Pentacles, the Aztec Hawk Warrior. This is the burning tree, Mars energy, Aries energy, the warrior. So this is literally you showing up to this, which may have felt like a bit of a shit show, or it may have felt like literally showing up and putting, like, going out onto the battlefield in the name of love. I'm channeling a line by this. It's by Yokelore. I think the song is Snow Day. And he says, I fear the ignorance that comes with bliss. There's something about this where, so this card came out in reverse with this card in the upright. And this one says, X-rays for girls prevent a life of misery. And she's wearing the glasses looking at this guy who says, a future of torment and pain. He's like, I can see his true intentions. But there's something here where you haven't really been able to discern the true energy or motivation or intentions of something here. And it could be because something was very, like, on and off and hard to, like, it could have seemed like someone was completely obsessed with you and then all of a sudden completely and suddenly disinterested. Like, it could have felt very hot and cold, or to a violent degree, though. I feel like this has felt volatile. Something has felt volatile. It has felt like war. And it's made it difficult for you to trust your intuition, which is telling you to, it feels like, trust the process and stay invested, because there's something about you haven't actually felt intuitively pulled to pull out of this, like to break away from whatever this is. Can you tell me more about the Tower there? Your resistance. But this is also Mars facing off with Pluto in the sky right now, right? And Mars is about the assertion of will, the assertion of our life force energy, and yeah, our free will, our freedom of choice, how we assert our energy, what we go to war for, what we fight for in our lives, what we connect ourselves to and give power to and protect. And something about that wants to be transformed for you. Whoa, this is big dick energy. The bottom of the deck. Big dick energy. So the Emperor, which is Aries, again, Mars energy, the King of Pentacles and the King of Wands. Like, how quickly can you take your clothes off? Pop quiz. How quickly can you take your clothes off? I'm just saying, it's a little hot in here. There's something in my eye, sorry. But it's like you don't know if you can trust it. You don't know if you're, like, desire maybe, and your animal instincts, or your even like sexual attraction, it feels like, or physical attraction to something. It's almost as though you have been, I feel like the resistance for you has been you questioning whether your desire for and motivation towards this thing is healthy or not, because you weren't sure if this thing is healthy or not. So it's like you were questioning, like, am I being pulled towards something toxic? Is it my shadow that's pulling me towards this? Is this demon dick, you know? Like, or is this daddy? There's something that is undergoing a huge transformation, and I feel like it's undergoing an ego death. It's like with this Mars energy being the burning tree, like everything that we have built and known is burning to the ground. Why? Because we're rebuilding our legacy on the ashes of that, of what has been, from an empowered place. We're not sleeping on anything anymore because we know our power. We are connected to our spirit, our will. We know how to direct that. We know what we want, how to take care of ourselves. And I feel like something will be able to show up in a streamlined, or it'll be able to consistently invest. And you might realize that underneath what seemed like total flip-flopping, I feel like there's actually been a consistent commitment here from something. Even if it hasn't shown it, I'm getting that very strongly, intuitively. And that, I think, is what has been pulling on you intuitively, and it's what's been giving you that nudge, because you, I think, have been able to sense that something big is up-leveling and shifting, and maybe undergoing a huge transformation that is forcing it to look at itself and take, accountability, and then turn knowledge into power so that it can up level and show up in this energy. And that is happening under the surface, even though you can't see it and someone's not sharing that, and it seems very random from the surface. It seems very like unpredictable and volatile, like I said before. But really, your intuition, you're very intuitive, Scorp, and what you're picking up on is true. There is this thing happening for this person under the surface. They're going through, it's like they're being asked to level up massively at this time, and there are some awkward growing pains. And this person, I don't know how they're dealing with those growing pains, but it feels like part of it could feel a little bit I'm just pouring myself a glass of wine as I'm talking. I'm such a scorpionic person right now. I don't know. The Six of Cups in reverse is the implications of truly accepting this truth that your intuition's been pointing out to you. And it's clarified by this oracle card, be free, do what you love, in reverse. So it feels like in the past, there was a cycle that you are not meant to return to. And it's a cycle where you felt restricted. You didn't feel free to pursue what you truly desire and love. So it feels as though in the past, maybe you did pursue something that you felt a very strong connection to. Maybe you fought for something that was not aligned with you and you ended up getting burned. That could be another reason why you're questioning a specific situation. But what's up, Lindsay? I'm an Aries Venus and Jupiter. But it made you question the validity of your desire and where that desire was coming from. Because I think in the past, your desire maybe came from a bit of an unstable or a toxic place. It's not coming through as super toxic. It's more like your desire led you towards what you want, but maybe not what you need for your highest and best good. You know what I mean? And so because that wasn't what you actually needed, it was just what you were wanting for some reason, right?
And wants and desire can be fueled by many things. So we do need to kind of check in with ourselves and see like where that's coming from to discern what is for us. But you started doubting your desire and being like, I don't know if I can completely freely just dive into the things that I feel pulled towards and passionate about, even if I really love those things because of what happened in the past. So the implication is breaking out of that cycle and trusting your desire, because you have grown and up leveled, and that desire is coming from a developed, stable, and more fully embodied place, is what that feels like. Your advice is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. There's something here about what are you scared to repeat? What are you so scared to repeat that you would throw yourself off course just to avoid the potential of repeating something? Scorpios are we forgive, but we never forget. And that goes for like, we will forgive ourselves for certain things that we harshly criticize ourselves for. For instance, if we go after something or commit our loyal heart and stay in things too long, we can masochistically rip ourselves apart for that and judge ourselves and resent ourselves for doing that for a very long time after. Like, we can get hung up on the shadow residue of perceived mistakes that we've made in terms of where we've invested our deep loyalty. And I'm channeling a Kid Cudi song, which is called The Void. He's a Scorpio rising, actually interesting as well. But he says, what is the lyrics? He says something like, I would fall in the void just to avoid anything that would something or fuck with my flow. I would fall in the void. He's basically saying, like, I would throw myself off the void just to avoid something that would potentially fuck with me. I would rather fuck with myself and at least choose how I go out, rather than give someone that power over me again. It's like, I won't give you the satisfaction. I want to know what the lyrics to that song are. Let's see. I would fall in the void just to avoid anything that can bring me down or fuck with my flow. Fall in the void. I've been dead and alive, don't know, let go, they say I'll survive, if you say so. Please don't lie, my days are low, I'll give it a try, seeing new things in my soul. See, there are new things that have grown in your soul on the ashes throughout these, like, you have been dead and alive many, many times. That's the cycle of Scorpio. And sometimes you don't feel like you can survive or go on. And sometimes you feel like you would rather throw yourself off and not follow your own desires or not trust where you're pulled strongly, even by your own light. It's like you'd rather put your own desire out, put it on ice, and throw yourself off of the path of something that's for you rather than risk something else having the power to bring you down. You don't want to be lied to. You've already been through some shit. And if you open yourself up to something at this point, you want it to be real and you want it to be aligned with you, is what that feels like. So that's good. You shouldn't sacrifice that. But there is something here where I feel like you can trust your desire. You can trust the growth that you have done and what you are in alignment with. And I think there's something that you actually, yeah, your confidence is helping clear up somebody else's confusion. But this person is very, 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 very cautious.
because they too have been lied to. It feels like both people here, you and this other person, are very cautious because you've both been through cycles of being taken advantage of, repressed, being in toxic cycles. And it's like you don't want to be in the darkness before dawn anymore. You don't want to keep pushing through difficult shit. You're ready to just be in the sun. You're like, no, we're not waiting for the sun to rise. We're not waiting for dawn. We're bringing the sun up itself, you know? And both you and this person feel that way. You both have kind hearts and you both don't want to be suspended, but you both are also moving forwards. It feels like very slowly and cautiously. And it's a challenge to trust your intuition and your desire for both you and this person is what that feels like. So, but yeah, essentially this message is, that was a very long-winded way of just saying this message is validation. I feel like that if you have been holding on to giving to something because despite all, and this isn't a message I would give to everyone because I feel like it could be taken by people that it's not for and then used, like applied to situations that are genuinely toxic, or not aligned, and they could use it as an excuse to like hold on to someone who is just treating them like shit. And that's not what I'm saying. This is someone that, like, if they've hurt you or pushed you away, it's because they are going through something internally and they didn't mean to. Their true nature is kind-heartedness and warmth, which I think you've seen in them, or else you wouldn't have, you know, had anything to do with them to begin with. So there's something under the surface, and you're gonna gain more clarity and context surrounding this, but I do feel like you can trust your intuition and you can continue to show up here for whatever this is. There's validation. So you've been questioning yourself, whether you're putting yourself in a compromising situation. And I feel like the answer is no. You are not, or you have not. Okay. We're moving on to Sag. I love you, Scorpio. Okay. What's going on for Sagittarius? It's very interesting too, because that totally tracks with the way that you could be feeling these energies or feeling challenged by that Mars Pluto opposition, because it's like the defensive warrior part of you that is more connected to your ego and to like asserting yourself is kind of up against this transformative element, that Plutonian element that is always going to push you to further trust your instincts, your primal instincts, the depths of you, what is being echoed there. Pluto is always going to advocate for you strengthening and trusting those parts of yourself. So that's like there's something that has been a bit of a war or a bit of a battle, and you've been tempted to release it or to let it go, or maybe you've even felt like pushed away or rejected by something, but that's coming from a space of internal imbalance and conflict and insecurity. And in this situation, I feel like you being peaceful with continuing, it's like you need to trust your power, your strength, the balance and sovereignty that you hold. And from that place, trusting yourself, you will be able to see what your intuition is truly, like what to leap into and what to cut off. You can trust yourself for sure. You're highly, highly intuitive. So, but it feels like something's being resolved. Something isn't in a toxic state, or it's not going to be imbalanced forever. Anyways, yeah. That's what I feel. Okay. Sagittarian energy. You're welcome. Sag energy. What does Sag need to know? What is Sagittarius need to know? Who else got that there? Tell me more about that. Mm. Wow. Okay. That escalated quickly. Huh. I want to know, like, what is, let's get a few more oracle cards and then we'll dive into this. Tell me about that energy that needs to be resolved there. Yeah. I feel like that Martian energy is very strong in me. I mean, it's probably because I do have Scorpio in the first house, being a Scorpio rising, which is also a Martian ruler. So, yeah, there's a lot of that, like, fiery intensity. But it's also like my Venus return. Well, Venus either is in Aries again or is moving back towards Aries. So all things considered, that energy has been quite amplified in me these days. more than usual. Okay. It's only a flesh wound. All right. Let's see what's going on for Sag. Hello, Sagittarius. You sexy beesh, you. I am a water sign. I'm a Pisces with a Scorpio rising. I have a lot of water in my chart, but yeah. Anyways, what's going on, Sag? Okay, so we're gonna take a look at what your intuition's been trying to tell you, where you may have been blocked and why, what the implications of this message is, like what change or action it would probably require of you or push you towards, and some advice. Okay, so you have Virgo energy here. So what your intuition's been trying to tell you, the Ace of Cups in reverse, the Ten of Cups in the upright, and the Hermit. Ace of Cups in reverse. I feel like something is it's in hibernation, or it's on ice, or it's in a timeout. There's something that's on pause or in like a suspended sort of state at this time. You could be in separation with someone, or there could just be a situation or an opportunity that's kind of, it's not moving forwards at this moment for some reason. And I feel like intuitively, your intuition has actually been asking you a question that it wants you to further reflect on. So it hasn't been just straight up giving you a truth. It's been wanting you to go into this internal state and seek the truth. There's something about that your intuition's been nudging you to do that, and I don't know if you have, but it's like it wants you to ask yourself, it's almost as though you're seeing a situation, the potential of a situation to be the 10 of Cups, but it's like there are these 10 cups that you could potentially fill with water, with emotional fulfillment, and that could really stack up and offer you a lot, but there is no water source. So you're seeing all of these stacked up dry or empty glasses, and you're like, the water's turned off, the tap, I turn it on and it's just like one little drip. So it's like, how do I reach the 10 of Cups when the Ace of Cups feels to be cut off or blocked? Is that possible? How can I feel the potential for the 10 of Cups but the Ace of Cups be somewhat MIA? So I want to clarify that Ace of Cups in reverse a little bit. It came out clarified by this card, Seahorse, Family Matters. There could also be something or someone that promised you, that came in either with the promise of this, or you actually communicated this with someone. It feels like being excited about a future together, planning something together that was like an emotional fantasy,
that became a dream, something that you mutually looked forwards to and you had hope surrounding. And then it feels like all of a sudden it was just dropped, or that dream was taken from you in some way. Maybe while you went into this period of stasis. But I feel like you are moving away from something of the past while you're in this period of hibernation, so to speak. I'm almost feeling like generational or ancestral karma is being broken, or cycles or patterns that prevented a deep, loyal, lasting, reciprocal, like love or union from taking place. It's almost coming through as like abundant partnership may have not been a thing. So maybe in your family, like everyone has gotten divorced, or everyone has faced like some sort of issue with vulnerability and emotional fulfillment in some way. But the Hermit and the Ten of Cups, to clarify this, came out these cards: marriage, and then the four-leaf clover, which says great good fortune. So I feel like there is a favorable outcome to this, but there also is something that does need to be looked at, and it's because there's something I feel like bigger that is at play than what is. It's like something, I'm seeing it as an iceberg, and you're only seeing the tip of it. But I think that you're feeling everything that is under the surface, like the potential or the possibility, and it is very much there. But it's as if there's something that is on the surface that needs to be dealt with or moved through to get to the meat and like to get to the fulfilling part. The part that is resisting the fulfillment or blocking the opportunity needs to first be moved through. And it feels like this is karmic, or it's a pattern. It has something to do with family. Okay. Your block, blind spot, or resistance to this came out as the Five of Swords in reverse. Why am I hearing the Backstreet Boys? Quit playing games with my heart. My heart. My heart. I should have known from the start. Quit playing games. Love or intimacy could have been weaponized in your family. It could have been used, like emotions and vulnerability could have been used to manipulate or to make someone afraid, to control, like to exert control. In other words, like you could have seen love, intimacy, union, connection, whatever, modeled in kind of a toxic way, where it was used as a weapon, a manipulation, or a control tactic or tool. And the resistance is to see it clearly, even though you've never seen it modeled that way before you in real life, it feels like. Breaking out of that perspective that it always has to be that way, or not breaking out of that like conditioning or programming that you've experienced, that you've either carried forwards through past lives or just ancestrally. That is how you burn through this karma, and you break the chain, and you become the part that does something different, because you become the person, the link in the chain that takes the time to truly, to not just paint something with a certain brush, but to actually hibernate, to think about it, to bear witness to your own internal state, and to decide what it is that you want to commit to, what it is that is worth it to you. There's some sort of disconnect here
that you are resolving, resolving or reconciling. The implication to accepting this truth is the Ace of Pentacles in the upright. So yeah, it's like once you heal, then you will not be in a state of suspension anymore. You won't be hanging, waiting to gain that higher perspective, because you will have gained it through the healing process and the process of looking, like challenging your own beliefs essentially. And so then the implication of that is that now that you know better, you can do better. You can show up and plant something and invest in it from a clear place. It feels like. Where would that card go? There it is. But that Ace of Pentacles is clarified by these 3 cards. So this one came out first. In between regret, purpose, vitality, and activation. And then there's these 2 cards that also came out. This one is like this statue. He's got an arrow in him, 2 arrows in him. And then it's calibrate, purity, disconnect, insecurity, and opportunity. I feel like in order to purify this, like purify yourself and attune or calibrate yourself to an opportunity, and in order to see it from a secure, centered place that you can trust, there is the need for this disconnect so that you can locate the insecurity and move out of this like in between space, because there is something that's trying to be activated here, and it is an alignment, a purification, and then like a receptivity or an openness to some sort of opportunity that I feel like actually has to do with your purpose in some sort of way. Again, it could be that you are the one that is meant to break some sort of karmic chain in your family through infusing luck and optimism and solid union into the family, like coming together in a harmonious way from a healed place, when maybe that hasn't been something that has happened in your family. And it's like the challenge is to show up and offer that to yourself, or come to that place through doing the internal healing and challenging the patterns, the conditioning, the beliefs, the things that are not true, healing those things with divine intuitive understanding so that you can move forwards with emotional clarity and plant divine seeds that are going to truly harvest something beautiful. Something beautiful is going to come from the harvest of those seeds. And that's even making me think of like, okay, seeds, not to get too like, but like biologically gross, but it's like your descendants are like what you're planting with these seeds, so to speak, right? Literally, where you plant that is what you are growing in your family tree or your ancestral lineage. So yeah, there's something pretty powerful about what's being planted in this garden and what is going to grow and the trajectory and overall energy that that's going to bring. It's quite significant. The 2 of Cups in reverse is your advice with this card, Lyran's strength, courage, and bravery. So this is something within you. I asked to clarify if that was like representative of mostly of a connection outside of you, and they said that is an energy that wants to be reconciled within you. I think that your current understanding of what love is and what love is not, like what healthy
love is and what it is not is skewed because you've always witnessed misaligned things coming together and trying to like judge or criticize or control the other or force alignment or something like that. And it's almost like you're needing to regress and go back to the basics and re-outline or redefine really what love is to you, so that you can then understand what that looks like when you add someone else to the dynamic. But what does divine unconditional love actually mean to you? Not what have you seen it performed as or manifest as, but what is it really? That's the challenging your own belief. And then once you have that pinned down, you can actually show up in a healthy way and offer it in a balanced dynamic, or you can understand how to build something fulfilling. You won't be trying to fill it with like an empty or confused cup. That's what I'm feeling. But this is something that is going to take courage, because it's something that you have to resolve within yourself. And it takes strength of will, of character, of just... It takes strength and confidence to challenge this conditioning and these beliefs. Because you could also come up against judgment, specifically from your family, maybe. For some of you, I'm getting masculine energy from this, because the seahorse, it's the male that carries the eggs and gives birth. So I feel like there's something about masculine energy and how it relates to love, or how it shows up for love, and what is healthy and what is not healthy. That's kind of being, whether you are male or female, it doesn't really matter. There's something about how love is a verb, how you have to assert your energy or show up or commit to love to make something truly stable, deep, and lasting, is what that feels like. So there's something that you are kind of meant to look at from that perspective, and it's going to pull you more into alignment with your life force energy, something that is in alignment with your destiny and your purpose. And it's going to bring you out of this kind of in-between space that you may have felt like you've been in. Okay, so that's what I see for you, Sag. I like it. Out here doing the work, huh? Breaking those karmic chains. Someone's got to do it, right? It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. I feel you. I think that you're doing great. Okay. We're moving on to Capricorn. Yeah. Testify, screaming the holy light. You bring me back to life. And it's all in the name of love. Let me see. There's something where that song that I was channeling, "In the Name of Love" by Martin Garrix and Babe Rexha, it's like, it's about, like she says, if I told you this was only gonna hurt, if I told you that the fire is gonna burn, would you walk in? Would you let me do it first? Do it all in the name of love? And it's almost like coming from the perspective of knowing that there is going to be pain and sacrifice involved in breaking out of something, but would you do it if the end result was bringing love to a situation, planting love in a garden that has been barren and deserted for how long, right? Will you be the one to go in, to get burned, to get hurt a little bit, to put yourself on the line and be on the front line in the battlefield for love, because there is some sort of authority that you are meant to kind of
I feel like, exert or insert some power here. And you're going to acquire what you desire, I think, but it does take some bravery. Okay. Cappy. Capricorn. Why is it doing that? When I told you this was only gonna hurt. I want you when the fire's gone. Okay. Tell me what Capricorn's intuition has been trying to tell them that they need to be aware of here. Going to come out. All right. Let's see here. Tell me that. Tell me about that there. Where? Okay, can I get one more? Hi, Marcy. What's up in Scotland? Thanks, honey. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're being called into expansion. Expansion. Okay, let's get one of these. Tell me about that implication here of this truth. Wow. Okay. Capricorn. Oh my goodness. Well, I love you so much. Okay, let's get into this. Okay. Cappy 5, 12. Okay. Hi, Capricorn. What is up, goats? The goats in the house, my sexy little devils. How you doing? What's up? So, what your intuition's been trying to tell you, the message is the Hermit, which says search, the Six of Cups in reverse, dream, and the Tower, which says break. So you have Mars and Virgo energy here. You also have Scorpio, and some Cancer and Sagittarian energy as well. Okay. What this feels like is that there's some internal state of tension or conflict that you're being asked to go within, locate, pinpoint, and address. And I feel like there is conflict or tension or something kind of rubbing or creating discomfort, let's say, emotionally and internally. You could feel like a destabilization. It's because the dreams of the past are not big enough for where you're at now. You're meant to expand. So I feel like you're outgrowing old dreams. And I'm channeling that quote that's like, and our dreams will break the boundaries of our fear. So I feel like you've gotten braver, or you have broken out of something that was somewhat restrictive, and your dreams are getting bigger as you expand. And as you hold more space, then there's more potential for what can fill that space. So your dreams are supposed to expand, and you're essentially supposed to dream bigger. But there's something that needs to be tied up or resolved so that you can leap out into this phase of expansion, kind of understanding, I feel like, the drive or the motivation that's coming, like, that's behind that. You need to, it's coming through as you need to know what's driving you, so that allowing something old to break, crumble, or fall apart, it's like it's giving meaning to the chaos and the violence, or it's giving something won't feel like suffering, or it won't feel intimidating, because you'll understand why it needs to break, why it needs to fall apart. It's like you'll know what you're making space for by allowing something to crumble. It's kind of coming through as like, would you renovate a house? Would you just start tearing down walls and ripping out, wires, if you didn't have any plan for what you were going to like then replace that with, right? If you didn't have sort of a game plan for the renovation, then it would make like tearing stuff down a little bit stressful, right? Because you just kind of would only be able to see the runes, but not the vision beyond the runes. So it feels like your intuition has been nudging you inward on this like internal sort of introspective search. You could have been feeling like the pull to spend more time alone, to isolate a little bit, to just give yourself space and room to breathe or be in quiet. You could have even felt like overstimulated by energy, by noise, by crowds, by things that you used to be able, I feel like, to handle no problem. It's like there's been a destabilizing sort of element, and it's been your intuition trying to actually point you inwards to address something that is creating conflict because it has been outgrown. It wants to break free. It wants to break free. Okay, so there's something about that. But yeah, your old dreams are dying. They're breaking open because there's more to be discovered. More that you didn't even dream of or know. It's like you didn't know that things could be so good, even. So the block, blind spot, or resistance that has prevented you from hearing what your intuition has been trying to say or trusting it is the Death card, transformation. So yeah, scorpionic energy. So Pluto and Mars, again, the main players in the game astrologically right now.
Coming through non-subtly. Like, hey, what up, hello. So there is a huge transformation, and I feel like you feel the rumblings of that underneath you. And while you are cardinal earth, and you're usually not uncomfortable with putting shifts and changes into motion, again, I feel like you are practical enough and like put together enough that in order to not feel like you get thrown off into an imbalance that can become somewhat toxic, like the devil energy, right? You, again, you need to know what is driving, like cardinal. You need to know what the force is that's pushing that change so that you can apply that from a space of clear motivation. You can know where you're coming from, so you can have the confidence to put that death and transformation and rebirth into motion confidently, without stressing, without it feeling violent or destabilizing or chaotic. So you do have this awareness that there's some sort of major shift that needs to happen. Tell me more about that death card. But this has been blocking you, so there's been something that maybe feels a little bit intimidating. Like maybe it's going to require you to, like, it's really, I was going to say, it's really going to push you outside your comfort zone and into something totally new and unknown. The Fool, beginnings. It's like, that's exactly what it wants to do. It's coming through as kind of a complete redirection or a completely new focus, but it's coming from an empowered place, a very embodied place, a place that is more than ready to embrace this transformation and expansion. But that has been a source of resistance because okay, you could have this is very Capricorn because Saturn, because karma, but 4 major arcana cards in a row. The High Priestess, the Moon, the Wheel of Fortune, and Justice in reverse. Okay. Inner voice, past lives, destiny, and balance in reverse. Yeah. You've gone through things that you have not gotten a positive outcome, or things haven't come together, or you've had to be really patient with things and then they've fallen apart anyways, or you feel maybe that you've gotten emotionally invested in dreams that then you never reached a fulfillment point, like a celebration of the fulfillment of that. I feel like it's actually because you've always been meant for more, because your dreams have always been too small, like in the grand scheme of things. And there is something that has been whispering that to you, that is a very deep intuitive knowing, possibly carried over from past lives. But there's something karmic that you have been meant to work through or break out of or expand beyond. And this is your destiny in this life, because you are here to restore some sort of balance or justice by dreaming bigger, by aligning with a huge destiny that is more than you've been comprehending or aiming for so far. And I feel like that's saying a lot, because Capricorns are not generally people that have like small wimpy dreams. Capricorns are generally very driven people who aim high, you know. You're not slouches, but there's something that you're here to experience that is really big. And this is very much written into, it's part of your destiny. Like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 major arcana cards here. The Hermit, the Tower, the Moon, the High Priestess, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, and Death. Yeah. That's a lot. So the implication of receiving this intuitive truth and trusting it and acting on it is the 5 of Pentacles, worry.
I came out with this card. Powerpuff Girls. I need to punch. There's something here that you are just fucking flat out sick of, honestly, and I feel like you are ready. It's interesting because it's like your resistance is also what you know needs to happen to break you out of this state of uncomfortable internal tension. There's something that is just irritating the fuck out of you. I feel like there's been something where you feel like low-key you do deserve more, and it could be that you have felt aligned with things that it's like you may have been able to tell that things are not completely aligned with you because they cause anxiety or worry, or because they don't fully manifest or fulfill you, like I said before, no matter how much you actually invest in them. And I think this has created an internal tension and a frustration that's built up, possibly even a trigger, because you could feel like you keep getting pulled into things that are fool's gold, or that are, it's like not all that glitters is gold, that something is alluring for its potential, but then you commit to the responsibility of investing in it and it doesn't lead anywhere, and you're like, what the fuck, that's gonna piss a Capricorn off, because you don't like wasting your time, your energy, and your effort. But then this card came out, and it says, it's lyrics from the Talking Heads. You're standing here beside me. I love the passing of time. There's something here that is not fool's gold. It's truly meant for you. You're meant to have success. And it's something that elicits like not just material success and abundance, but emotional fulfillment and abundance as well, is what I feel like from that. Something that just brings you simple joy and fulfillment. Like someone standing beside you and you just being like, I'm just grateful for your presence next to me. Like you standing there, and all of a sudden I love the passing of time. All of a sudden something that was insignificant holds so much weight and meaning because something is here next to me, infusing that into my life. It feels like maybe you had hoped for that, or you'd seen the potential for that in past experiences and been let down. Maybe because you were burning through karma in those past experiences. So that is the implication. It's like you would need to look right at this trigger. And where this source of insecurity and lack and worry has taken root in you based on past experiences going a certain way. And how you might be carrying that forwards and in a way projecting it onto something here that isn't the same as what you've experienced in the past. Your advice is the Six of Pentacles, success, and it came out with this in reverse though from Daria. She's like, ew, feelings. It came out in reverse though, success. So the implication of the truth is the Five of Pentacles, but then your advice is, so it's like, deal with this, work through it, but this doesn't last because you move right through the Five of Pentacles, through the act of facing it, into the Six of Pentacles, which is where you do get success. There's something about you not shying away from feeling your emotions though at this time, your feelings, whether that is frustration or whether that is coming through as the simple joy and fulfillment of something like adding to your life and feeling triumphant. There is the need to connect to something here from an emotional and intuitive space. Can you tell me more about Capricorn's advice? The thing is, everything that you experienced that wasn't aligned with you, that felt like
a waste of time. These things that you dreamed of that never came into fulfillment, they were always still meant for you on your path. They were always part of the journey. They just weren't the final destination. You were always meant to grow through them and beyond them. So I understand the frustration and like the worry and the trigger that it kind of put in you, but you now have a choice whether you're going to let that define you, or whether you're going to live stuck under the weight of that, or whether you're going to keep on growing beyond it. That's what's coming through. There is something about discovery, and it's requiring you to change your perspective. Okay? So that's what I have for you. Is there anything else for the advice for Capricorn? No. Yours came through very clearly. You can still take it slow, okay? They're saying something is not going to cause you more sorrow, but it's still okay to be prudent with your energy, to take it slow so that you can see the contrast, so that you can you can observe the contrast and the difference between what is manifesting now in your life and what you've experienced that you don't want to experience more of from the past. Something will not feel, if you truly tap into how you feel, I think in the presence of something, it will not feel the same way as the things did in the past. You'll be able to observe and tangibly feel a difference or a contrast between them. That's what that feels like. So take some time to really tune in, because I feel like that's going to become clear to you. Okay? I love you, Capricorn. Now we're moving on to Aqua. Moving on to Aqua. Your reading was very succinct. Want to eat a little bit more of this, not gonna lie. Aquarius. Not that anymore. I never changed the thing to Capricorn the entire reading. You guys. I did not change the banner. Sorry, Capricorn. Oh, Mito. Sorry. I was not looking at the chat while I was doing the reading. You tried. You did your best to remind me, but sorry about that. I missed your reminder. I was trying to stay focused during the reading, not get distracted by the chat. Thank you for trying to remind me. Okay. Aquarius. I need to stretch my legs. Okay, what does Aqua need to know at this time? Let's see. I feel like I'm going to pull your tarot cards first and then decide what oracle decks want to be used. How are you guys hanging in there? Okay, good. I'm glad it wasn't too confusing. Oh, you are a Rewire Your Fire. Okay. Hi. I didn't. It's hard for me to keep track of like people's names if they're how they correlate. So thank you for clarifying. How's it going?
Aquarius. Let's see. Hi. Sleepy baby. Wanna come say hi to the people? You know they love your furry ass. 'Cause you're cute. You're trying to start a YouTube. You should. You should. Let's see. Okay. I'm hearing, why am I hearing tub thumping? I'll get knocked down, but I'll get up again. Come here. Come say hi. Don't mind me, guys. Do I want to clarify? Okay, clarify that. What's the source of that? Oh, that's too many. Thank you. Okay, that was one of the cards that came out before. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Hi, cutie. You coming over? You decided to come over and show your face, huh? Come here. No, you can't turn away now. You've come too far. You passed the turn back now signs outside of the haunted house, and now you can't go back. Hi, Noonie. Hi. It's Luna. It's a Luna interlude. She's like, why? Why did I come within arm's reach of you? Hi, Loons. Say hi. Hi. Okay. She's like, freaking let go of me. I didn't choose this life. You did. You chose to be adorable. And I choose to exploit how adorable you are. So, deal with it, bitch. Okay. Yeah, I want to see this. Okay, clarify Aquarian's advice. You want a treat for your trouble? I'll grab her a Temptations treat in a second. She's looking at me like, that'll cost you. Send it out. What's the best approach to this advice here? Thank you. Okay. What? What? Okay. Let's see. Luna. Treats are in here. Excuse me for just a moment. Here. It's for you. Okay. Put those there for a second. Aquarians timestamp. You ate those so fast. Please don't puke on my bed tonight. Please. You love me, remember? Hi, Aqua. Me bartering with Luna to not puke on my bed after she inhaled the Temptations traits that I just gave her. Welcome to your reading. So let's look at what your intuition has been trying to tell you that you may have been missing or avoiding, resisting, or whatever the case, for some reason. I want to know what that is, though. The Ace of Pentacles, the Tower in reverse, the Nine of Swords. So you have the energy of Mars here. You also have Scorpio on the table. What's the Ace of Pentacles? Can you tell me about that opportunity? Come on. Okay. You've been through it. All right. I feel like for some of you, you are in separation with someone that you really care deeply about. Just want to check one thing real quick. Can you clarify the energy that that person is in? The other person involved here in this connection? Or opportunity with Aquarius? Can you tell me what their current energy is? Just as I suspected. So let's break it down. So there's been a divinely offered or manifested opportunity. All of the aces talk about something that has been offered to us from the divine, from the universe, from our higher selves. We have aligned with something that is abundant, whether it's an abundance of truth with the Ace of Swords, an abundant opportunity with the Ace of Pentacles, or something emotionally abundant with the Ace of Cups, and vice versa, and so on. I asked what that opportunity consists of. And then I got this card from Big Mama, which says, "You give me butterflies, to be honest. You also make me very horny." Okay. So we're going there. That's okay. I'm an Aries Venus with a lot of Scorpio. I'm here to match your freak. I'm going to talk about it with you, okay? No shame, to be honest. Let's talk about sex. Okay, so there's something, I'm just giving you a hard time, but there is something that you've been back and forth about, okay? You've been on the fence, and it could be because there is something that is very maybe like wholesome about a connection that you have, but there's also something that feels very, uh, I don't know, like taboo or like very based in desire, but a level of desire and attraction that almost feels seductive. Like you don't know if you can trust it. So you're back and forth because there's one part where you feel pulled from your heart, and then there's another part where you may feel pulled from somewhere else. You know what I mean? Two heads heading in the same direction. I'm just kidding, but am I though? But you are back and forth about something, and I feel like the reason of the back and forth is because you have gone through situations where you did suffer. Maybe you felt like desire or like lust misled you, or charm or chemistry was mistaken for something deeper, and it caused you pain at some point. But the point is that you learned from those experiences and they changed you. So you're no longer the person that misread those things or got, you know, roped into situations that ended up causing them pain or suffering. I feel like this was you maybe misreading opportunities, but that was always to help you discern what love really is. And there's this card, which is a lyrics card that came out at the end, and it says, "You're the metaphors I can't create to comprehend this curse that I call love." So there's something here that it's like you really can't comprehend something, and you also, it's quite telling that you're explaining love as a curse. So there's definitely something where your perspective as of love has been like, love is a bitch. It, tramples me under its feet, and like love breaks my bones, and I don't laugh, Charles Bukowski. No, I'm not laughing. Something like that. It's made you feel back and forth, and like you don't know exactly what you can trust when it comes your way. Or it's like you doubt your desire in some way. But there's something here that challenges your comprehension of what love is. And I feel like it's meant to highlight how you actually have changed, and how maybe your perspective of love and your ability to discern, and maybe even to be able to discern that love and desire, like the light and the dark manifestations of attraction, can and do exist in healthy connections, right? As long as they're balanced and as long as things are manifesting in a healthy way, then yeah, there's nothing really wrong with that. So clarifying the Tower in reverse, I asked, because this is sort of saying that although something causes you anxiety, it's not actually the situation that's causing you anxiety. It could just be your perception of it or your thoughts about something. So in other words, it could not be like a specific partnership or relationship that's actually the cause of the anxiety. It could be your beliefs about love, right? Or whether you trust your desire, or, you could be stressed out more about not trusting your own discernment and ability to judge something for what it really is. But it's saying that the situation itself it's good. It's a good offer. And it's something that is actually not meant to crumble and be destructive in your life. And it's not meant to be a learning thing that's character development and causes suffering and upheaval in your life. It's actually, the other person in this is represented by the archetype of the companion in the upright: loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness. So there is something here that is a pure offering. It's not trying to dominate. It's not trying to seduce and destroy. It's pure. It is like an aligned companionship or a balanced union or a fruitful or divinely guided union. But the Nine of Swords is clarified by these four oracle cards. So vulnerability and eruption came out first. I feel like the main thing that's stressing you out, or originally stressed you out, is that however this affects you, it does make you feel vulnerable, and a lot could come out of you in response, like natural response to this connection. So someone could pull all the love and desire and feelings and vulnerable, like soft ooey gooey, but also fiery, passionate stuff out of you. And because everything is kind of erupting out at once, it is hard to know if it's a good kind of vulnerability or like the kind that is a liability. Abundance in reverse with reflection. I think that there's something here about you equating vulnerability to like lack or weakness. Maybe when you have given vulnerably or opened yourself up, that ended up in, again, situations that ended up crumbling or taking from you in some way, potentially deteriorating from you rather than building you up. There's something here about you not being able to see something clearly because the reflection that you are seeing in this opportunity, you're not reading it or registering it as abundance. It's almost like you're looking at vulnerability and something that tears down your guards, or something that like sneaks past your, ninjas its way past your defenses, as a weak spot, a weak link, a liability, something that reflects a liability in you. But really, when vulnerability is opened up and applied to the right thing, it actually is very powerful and strong. It's not weakness at all. And even if you don't open up your vulnerability to the right thing, let's say you open it up to something that does take an advantage of you, vulnerability is still stronger than defensiveness every day, in every opportunity, no matter what. It takes more guts and strength to open yourself up than it does to shut yourself down. Always. So there's something that your intuition is trying to shift in your perspective and how you translate the reflection of your vulnerability. So you it's almost coming through as you feeling like it's cringe in a way. It's cringe, and you're afraid of putting yourself out there to such a cringy, like eruptive, vulnerable, exposed space just for it to crumble or, you know, not be what you think it is anyways. There's like that fear that's here. So your main block, blind spot, or resistance to this intuitive truth is coming through as the Six of Cups in reverse. There's something that does want to be, reflected on. A time when, again, you may have opened up the abundance of your emotional expression or your heart to something that abandoned you, rejected you, betrayed you, deceived you. It caused you a lot of pain, but there is something that upon further reflection, you're going to see from a transcendent space. Like, you've moved away from the past now, and that's good, but healing isn't linear. We're always like spiraling up, which means that we are coming back around to things that we experienced in the past, not because it's a punishment or we're stuck in a never-ending loop, but because we have the perspective, we can see it from a higher vantage point, and from flying above the experience, we can witness it in a new way, and we can gain deeper intelligence and understanding, which becomes power and consciousness moving forwards. So it feels like your resistance is to revisiting the past because there was something that did hurt you,
in the past, but there's something different that wants to be reflected. And it could be that you're going to see a certain strength in this vulnerability and in the way that you abundantly offered yourself, rather than just seeing it as like a flop or a weakness or a way that you were exposed or wounded. There's something that wants to show you, but that revisiting the past is coming through as the highest or the biggest source of resistance. So the implication of hearing and accepting this intuitive truth is death, which is the Scorpio energy. And the advice is the 5 of Cups. There's grief that wants to be transmuted here. And the way that it wants to be transmuted or changed is through just observing it from a conscious place. Observing something, again, from a conscious place, but from a higher place, with more space between you, with more distance between you and the experience, with more healing between you and the experience. You can see it differently now. And I talked about this in a reading, like a recent reading. I don't remember which one it was, but how in terms of physics, they've done tests that prove that like molecules, they perform or react or show up differently when they're being observed versus when they're not. Particles act differently when they're being watched, when there's consciousness put on them. So just the very act of applying consciousness or observation to something transmutes it, changes the way that it acts or responds. So that's super powerful. There's not a lot that you need to do other than bring your awareness to this and then be open to something transforming or a new reflection coming through to you, it feels like. But that's the implication. The implication is that it will transform you. It will shift you in a very massive way. But you're ready for this change. You're ready for this evolution, because with that transmutation, you're going to drop the weight of something that it still has been heavy on your soul or on your heart. You've still been carrying it. And I can tell because this 5 of Cups energy is attached to that 10 of Swords. And this is your advice. This is what they want you to release or to put your attention on, so that it can be transmuted from pain and sorrow into power. The 5 of Cups. So there's the remnants of some sort of grief or rejection, abandonment, like something that got wounded here. And it's the reason why you're perceiving something as a weakness, like vulnerability as a weakness. Because at one point it did cause you grief and pain that you're still kind of remembering as if it was very fresh. And the 5 of Cups is clarified by these 2 cards. Darkening of the light, maintaining a low profile, looking inward first, caution and moderation, difficulties, self-protection, and subdue your brilliance. And then the clinging, fire, illumination, inspiration, devotion, all-encompassing passion, regeneration, spirituality, virtue, and enlightenment. This to me is this death process happening. Because right now, your past experience, for some reason, because you haven't reassessed it or gone back to observe it and gain new perspective or new truth, new illumination, in some way it's causing you to hold back, to actually subdue your own brilliance or to keep a low profile. This is coming through as like you're making yourself small, or you're cautious because you feel the need to protect yourself. But when you go and you shift this energy, there's something that's going to be healed or regenerated through that process. And again, it's like pain and you subduing yourself is going to actually slingshot you into expansion, illumination, inspiration, and something that is a lot more abundant and beneficial. And it's not going to weigh you down and hold you back the way that this grief has, the way that this old perspective has.
because you're ready to let go of whatever that is. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. What's up, Hot Springs? Going back to Sagittarius. You're welcome. That's what I see for you, Aqua. So, but it seems like there is something that's not here to fuck you up. Even though it might seem so seductive, because it's kind of like it's offering everything. It's the best of every world, whatever this is. So again, it's like, it's maybe your dream person, it could feel like a bit of a fantasy because it's someone that like turns you the fuck on, but also has like a heart of gold or something like that. It's something that is loyal, but also kinky, can also match your freak. So there's a balance of something here. And I feel like that's perfect for Aquarians because we know that you're freaks. Okay, let's be real here. I have a Mercury in Aquarius, so I can match your freak. So I know how you be. And in Vedic, I am an Aquarius sun. So yeah, there's something here though that it's like, I feel like it's actually kind of the perfect match for you, but it's something that you are not completely sure if you can trust because of the way that it does kind of like check all the boxes, is what that sort of feels like. You'll find the truth. You always do. You of anyone. Okay. We are moving on to Pisces. Last but never least, Pisces. Okay. Where are my Pisces, my fellow fishies? Where are you at? Okay, we're gonna do these decks for you. 1 second. Okay, let's connect to Pisces energy. Glasses keep sliding down my nose, and it is annoying me. Just thought that you should know. Pisces. What you need to know. Always interesting looking into the water signs in regards to what intuitive download you've been avoiding or missing. We have sneaky ways of, swimming around these things that we don't want to see at times. Just like, it's interesting to see how the air signs can delude themselves when they want to, but they have to like go out of their way and use their intellect to be ignorant on purpose. It's like the same way with intuitive blind spots and the water signs, I feel like. Okay. What does Pisces need to know? What has Pisces intuition been trying to tell them? What? Pisces. Okay. What do I want to clarify here? I want to know that. What's that? I want to know that. And also that. Let me see. Okay, tell me about It's interesting because your intuition is straight up trying to point this blind spot out to you. It's like coming right in and saying, hey, it's me, your intuition. I'm skewed. I'm confused. There's a blind spot here. Okay. Okay, I want to know one more thing on this deck, actually. What is that they believe that they are? Whoa. All right. This feels like a Saturn and Pisces lesson if I've ever seen one. Let's get one more oracle card and then I'm going to start. So tell me about this advice. Give me more advice. Yes. Okay. I love you so much, and this is relatable. So let's see.
Hi, Pisces. What is up, my loves? I hope that you're doing fantastic. So, let's take a look at this intuitive blind spot and what your intuition's been trying to tell you, why you've been maybe resisting that or missing it, what the implications of that are, and some advice. So, your intuition has been trying to tell you the Lovers in reverse. Sorry, I pulled a lot of oracle cards, so let me just... The Lovers in reverse, the Queen of Swords, and the Ace of Swords in reverse. Okay. Gemini energy is there. There's also Mercurial energy, so very, very heavy Mercury, Virgo, Gemini sort of energy here. The Lovers in reverse, the Queen of Swords, the Ace of Swords in reverse. You see how these show up, though? It's interesting because the Queen of Swords is very discerning. She's very perceptive, and it's because she's had experiences. She's extracted the wisdom from all of her experiences. She's integrated that, and she knows what she's talking about because she's seen some shit, right? So I see you looking at something, and you are feeling that you're perceiving it correctly. The Lovers in reverse. But behind you, it's telling me that this perception is actually being fueled by something that's not true or not clear. The Ace of Swords in reverse. But it's like you're not seeing that because you're looking this way. So from your perspective, it's like you feel as though you have clear perspective on something, but you're not seeing. It's like this is your blind spot and it's right behind you. So that's why I said your intuition has literally been trying to say, hey, look behind you, you're missing something, and it's important. Whatever it is that's influencing your perception of something is important. There's something about... Okay, so clarifying the Lovers in reverse came out these cards. Smother and Weight of Truth. Smother and Weight of Truth came out. I want to read some of this from the book. Feels like that's relevant. So Smother is number 30. It's my little spider friend. Okay, buddy, we had an agreement. You weren't gonna come close to me if I let you live. We can be buddies, but I don't want to actually make contact. Go, go, go. There's this spider that I've been letting live for like the last 2 weeks, and he's cute, but he keeps on like following me around now. Like he thinks he's like my pet and we're besties, and I'm like, hey, I love you, but not that much. I let you live, and I'm trying to practice healthy boundaries. Okay, so Smother says, I think we all know what this feels like, trapped, smothered, as if the pressure upon you got any heavier, you might just die from suffocation. This might be a good opportunity for you to be still within patience and temperance. If you struggle, the hold may just become even tighter. Breathe, make yourself smaller to see the bigger picture, and you just might slip out of that grip. And then the Weight of Truth. Number 75 says, when you are a high priestess, we know that you are a keeper of secrets, ones that not everyone can handle hearing. When you see the truth, the weight of falsehoods carried deep in communities and structures can put a weight on you. It can be overwhelming. All you can do is what you feel is right. Part of seeing the truth is about acceptance too. Okay. So what it feels like is that
you actually are perceiving something clearly, but that is creating the weight of truth feels almost smothering because it is so, it's like it's the weight of truth is weighing down on a situation and making it pressurized and making it feel sort of smothered or trapped, or it feels heavy or suffocating. But it's interesting, it's because there's truth that maybe isn't being fully, I think you do see the truth in some ways, which is interesting. That's why the Queen of Swords is in the upright. But there's something about that truth, like, not feeling liberating. It feels like the truth is trapping you rather than setting you free. So there's something weird there. I want to know why that is. Because normally the truth brings clarity and it sets you free. So I asked what this Ace of Swords in reverse is that's hiding out behind you, what you don't see. And this quote by C.S. Lewis came out to clarify, we are what we believe we are. So it's telling me that you believe that you are something that isn't, there's a slight misconception, or you're not seeing yourself completely clearly, or maybe you are limiting yourself to a smaller definition when really you're infinite, you're capable of more than you're giving yourself credit for. But it's like your definition, judgment, assumption of who you believe yourself to be is informing your perception of a situation. And the truth coming from that place feels heavy or smothering. It doesn't feel liberating and empowering. So then I asked, what does Pisces believe that they are? What do they believe that they are? And I got archetype cards, and they all came out in the upright, which is interesting. So you're in the light attributes, but you're still being asked to address some shit. And your card came out. So Messiah, serving humanity with humility. So you believe, not that you are a god, but that you are here to be of service. This is very Piscean. This is very hanged man. I'm here to sacrifice, not through like harming myself, but through surrendering to love, to humility, to truth, so that I can bring light to humanity, essentially. But then you have the trickster and the addict. Transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior, helps you recognize and confront addictive behavior. And then you have Pisces, which is like your very nature. And the descriptors are empathetic, emotional, artistic, selfless, natural, healer, intuitive, and dreamer. And obviously there's a lot more to Pisces than that, but it's interesting. What I'm getting from this, I think there's ultimately something that you are applying a truth to. How can I say this? It's like you're judging something based on your judgment of yourself, what you believe yourself to be. And I think that whatever this is, it's bigger than something that can be judged by you. Because the Lovers is like a cosmic, sacred, divine, kind of bewildering connection that honestly you never really have fully pegged down. You can think you know what you're looking at, but it will just keep on surprising you or keep on challenging you in ways that you weren't expecting. Honestly, that is like the nature of the Lovers connection. It reflects you and it takes you to deep places in yourself that cause you to be constantly revealing you to yourself through this intimate union, this divine union. So you never really have the full weight of truth necessarily surrounding the lover's dynamic and like what its potential is and where it's going to go or how it's going to end up. But I feel like you hold a belief that you are here to sacrifice yourself, to not, it's not coming through as like you're here to make yourself a victim and to suffer for humanity. Like you're not here to be Jesus Christ 2.0. I'm not getting that. But you do have an awareness of your destiny and your path. It feels like you know that you're here to be of service because you have that selfless, empathetic element, because you have natural healing qualities, and because you have this dreamy personality that still perceives the magic and the wonder and the awe of life where other people don't see beauty. You see yourself as someone who is here to break out of the norm, the conventional, the stuffiness, the predictable. But you're also aware that you have to confront yourself over and over again and challenge yourself to transcend these boundaries in order to then, you know, help other people do the same in a healing kind of way. I still don't know exactly how Tell me more about the Lovers in reverse. What is the true... I don't know what to ask to clarify that. What is the more objective perception? What is a more objective perception than Pisces' current perception, which is limited to their beliefs about themselves? Give me a more like divine, transcended, or objective energy read on the Lovers in reverse here. There is something that doesn't feel aligned right now, though, with some sort of connection. It feels like there's more fear surrounding it than faith or hope. What the fuck? The Strength card, the Queen of Pentacles. Strength card and the Queen of Pentacles. I keep on splitting the deck to the Tower. There is something that is meant to give to you here. And I don't think it's so easy to pinpoint or to define. And I don't think it's meant to be. It's almost like there's something here that your intuition is saying. There's something that you can have like an idea of what you're here to do, but this falls outside of your understanding of your purpose. There's something about this that is, you don't see it. And I feel like you are seeing yourself, like all of this came out in the upright, right? And with your energy itself. So I feel like you do see yourself and your purpose quite clearly, the parts that you are seeing. But this doesn't like fall in with that. This is something different. You can't project your understanding of yourself onto this thing because it exists beyond that understanding. And I think it's because it's actually meant to help you reveal more of you to yourself. It's almost saying that this is something that will challenge you. It will challenge your heart. It will challenge your character. But ultimately, the point of that is to strengthen you and to help you become more clear on your self-worth, your value. But that's something that I think is meant to kind of like unfold, expand, and reveal itself to you over time. Again, it's not meant to be this suffocating truth that just hits you, the weight of it, the full weight of it. It's something that's going to reveal itself through, like, the Lovers is a journey. It's not just like one expression of a dynamic between two people. It's something that has a living, breathing life of its own.
You both bring yourselves to the table, but then the lover's connection, what your energies create together, is something altogether on its own, and it's something that the two of you don't even control. It's cosmic, it's fated. There is that element of like, you have to surrender to it. You can't control it. You won't have all the answers, and that's the fucking point, because it forces you to trust yourself. So it kind of feels like, if anything, your blind spot surrounding this lover's connection that you're looking at is your certainty that you do have it all figured out. It's like you think that you see something very clearly, but you don't see the whole picture of whatever this is. Okay, so the main block, blind spot, or resistance to this intuitive truth came through as the Magician. The truth is that you manifested this very much from a place of alignment and personal power and clarity. Whatever this is, it came to you because it is aligned with you, and you called it in with your energy. I feel like you didn't even do anything. Like you didn't even try to manifest this. This is like a signal that your own understanding of your, it's like you have become a more empowered embodiment of yourself. And that sent out a signal to the universe without you even doing anything. Like, see, this magician's just chilling. It's like, yeah, whatevs. It's going to come to me. I have the faith. I don't need to like point my wand at the sky. And you did call this in because your soul and your heart called out for it, put out the bat signal, and the universe responded. However, this is something that will challenge you. Like I said, it will show you exactly how powerful you really fucking are, exactly how embodied you are, and that's going to then by extension challenge you to step even more into your power, your potential, your greatness. It's kind of like, wow, once you realize that you did pull this in from a healthy and powerful space, then it's like, what else can you manifest? How else can you use that power to heal, to empathize, to create more art, more beauty, more joy, and, you know, dreaminess and beauty in life? So it feels like your resistance is like accepting. There's more resistance surrounding accepting that something maybe is for you, but that you are not meant to have all of the answers, or that it's for you, but it's not clear cut in some sort of way. The resistance, there's more resistance surrounding that than just being like, this isn't for me. This isn't healthy, or this is not balanced, or something like that. It requires genuine surrender and faith, this love. And that in itself, that requirement in itself, will always pull you closer to you, because that's part of your path as a Pisces. It is about surrender. Because you know that there are things bigger than you. Because you're in tune with Source and your divine nature. So the implication of receiving this intuitive truth is the Two of Cups. You have to see yourself clearly, and you have to understand that as clearly as you do currently see yourself, there are still wild cards in this beautiful life that will throw you a curveball, that will show you things about yourself or reflect things back at you that you haven't seen yet, that will surprise you. And that doesn't have to be a painful, jarring surprise. It can be a beautiful surprise, but there is still an element of the unknown and the uncontrollable, that wild card energy, which can be a little bit intimidating, right? But it's like understanding that your soul called this to you is also understanding that your higher self wants you to see in ways that you could not discover yourself just through you on like an isolated journey. They want you to witness you through the eyes of another and allow yourself to be truly seen and to truly see the depths of yourself that you haven't been able to witness just on your own yet. And there's something about that that feels a little bit uncomfortable to you. I think that you're very comfortable seeing the depths of everybody else. But when push comes to shove, Pisces, sometimes you're not as confident being witnessed by other people. And I think it's because you can be misunderstood, you can be misinterpreted, and it's very hurtful to you when you are, because you know where you're genuinely coming from. And you're not trying to be self-righteous, but like, you know that you have a heart of gold. Like, you know that your intentions are pure. And it hurts when you try to serve people or love people from that place of pure intention and they don't trust you, or they project their pain and fear onto you, or they reject you or push you away. It's easy to take that personally, especially because you are so sensitive. So, yeah. But your advice is the Eight of Pentacles. So you have the Two of Cups and the Eight of Pentacles. And then these cards came out to clarify. So there's attachment in reverse, letting go, restriction, and fear. And then the Tree of Life, fertility, creativity, destiny, and magical blessings. There is some work that needs to be done here, because as much clarity as you do have, something about you is still, you're limiting. It's like the truth that you're applying to the situation, because it's partial truth, but it's not the whole truth. So it's not capturing all of this. It's actually smothering it, right? Because it's like you're trying to put something in a box that's infinite. You're trying to like create a structure around something that is meant to just be wild and be experienced in the moment and be free to flow and to grow and evolve organically without a cage around it, without a leash on its neck, you know, without needing all of the answers. There's fear that is lacing your perspective of this thing. And it could be fear of the unknown, because you're used to intuitively being able to see things and read them completely. But this is not one of those things, and it's not meant to be. So one of the first things that this is reflecting back to you is actually where maybe there is some shadow work that you still need to do to release an attachment that it feels like it's fear-based, and it is creating the temptation to restrict something or to make something small or put it in a box. And I feel like if you do that, you will end up smothering the life out of this thing, because it doesn't fit in a box. It is meant to be this, like, literally represented as the Tree of Life, which again is kind of like infinite growth and abundance, fertility, creativity, destiny, magical blessings. It's like once you remove this attachment, you're going to connect to this abundant part of you that kind of is a complete game changer, is what that feels like. So is there anything else about the advice for Pisces that you want me to highlight for them before I let them go? So your advice is just keep doing the work. The implication, or what you're meant to accept or become more comfortable with, is that perhaps you finally found something that gives you a run for your money. Perhaps you finally found someone that can see you as clearly as you can see them. Perhaps there's a fear surrounding that that's hidden somewhere deep in there. I don't know, just saying.
But yeah, this new opportunity is actually meant to complete a huge cycle for you. And it is divinely offered. Anything else? Okay. The Ace of Cups, the Tower, at the bottom of the deck. Came in like a wrecking ball. Yeah. Well, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that there's probably something with 3 of the aces coming out, and the Fool, and the World, and the Magician, and the Lovers that is aligned with you. But it is also revolutionary. It is meant to activate you, to create a revolution in your life. And the more that you step into this energy and you allow it to be what it is without trying to define or control it or even dictate its course or the timing of it, there's going to be a huge heart expansion and ignition of love to a degree that you've never experienced it. It's kind of going to knock your socks off. And that's the whole reason I feel like why it's not meant to be definable, because it's meant to surprise you and exceed your expectations and understanding of love in all the best ways. But you have to be open to that and understanding of that and willing to just show up and be. Know that nothing manifests that is not in alignment with you. Literally, things can only align with you that are aligned with you. So you called this in, and it is meant to show you something about yourself, but in bits. Like I said, it's not like a structured, easily defined dynamic that is unchanging. It's a whole ass journey of soul evolution between 2 people. And it's very deep. So that's what you are meant to experience from this, but it is going to take a little bit of work to release some attachments of fear, maybe, or the need to define or control or dictate something, restrict or make something smaller just because we fear what we don't understand, right? There's the need to be able to show up in love to something without the full understanding of it and have that be enough. That's very pure. That's very divine. It's very powerful too, because it means that it's going to challenge you to be in the present. So this is something that I feel like is going to activate your personal power. It's going to show you more of yourself, help you reveal you to yourself at the optimal times when growth is aligned with you. That's usually why lovers connections or deeply spiritual connections come into our lives. Because again, like I said, we're ready to be shown ourselves, be reflected us back at ourselves, or evolve in ways that we wouldn't be able to instigate or do just by ourselves. We're meant to grow with someone else. And that's because intimacy is massive in growth and activation. There's something that is unlocked within you when you choose to be brave enough to open up, crack open the most vulnerable and intimate spots and allow someone else to witness them, and then allow yourself to see you through the eyes of another as well. To step out into the unknown with someone by your side, not knowing where that journey is going to take you. It does take a lot of faith. It takes next level faith, but I feel like this is something that's meant for you. But it is going to challenge the fuck out of you. So good luck with that, Pisces. Good luck to us. I love you so much. I hope that you're doing well. I hope all of you are doing well. How are you doing? Let me come over here and see. what you're saying. What's up, Kazam? Hi, Haley. Yeah, I've actually seen quite a few that bring in the Rainbow Tribe. I've actually seen a lot of them. I only have like a couple decks that have that interpretation, but I do think that people are doing their part to bring that inclusivity in for sure. I've seen like full decks that are like focused on inclusivity in terms of like gay tribe. Woo! So yeah, I'm sending you guys lots of love though. I hope you're doing well. We're gonna keep on feeling the reverberations of these energies, these transformative energies that are challenging us, that are pushing us kind of our back up against the wall, or like causing a lot of tension to the point where we're like, fine, I'm gonna look at the freaking thing, because the tension is more uncomfortable than I don't know, the escapism and the ignorance just isn't cutting it anymore. It's like it's requiring us to look at it now, but it is for our best good. So I hope that you guys are all hanging in there. You're baddies, so I'm sure that you're killing it. But yeah, I'm gonna go sleep for a million years now. I hope that you guys have a great night. I'll see you again soon. Thanks for being patient with me as I navigate through these energies with my sensitive ass. And yeah, mwah. I'm sending you lots and lots of love. I will connect with you all in the very near future. Until then, take care of yourselves, ride these waves, and yeah, stay safe and well. Bye, my loves.